off in a monster, pull up in a bush. Start that anchor like a lamb, get me out the jam. I ain't never hard to find, you know where I am. I ain't stood a slide and polish through emotion. On rap beef, I'ma drop the 10 smoke. Thumbing 50s, my ass clammy, don't need lotion. Lil' bro told y'all he is trapping, he just joking. Money come and make them plays like Jason Taylor. St. Louis nigga, fuck St. Hoes and Jason Taylor. Fuck her 2 times, she might wanna have my baby. Car be texting big boy 40s, no 380s, yeah. I went to court rockin' Burberry, killing cars, but Tampa got no worries. Power bar smoking gas, my eyes blurry. For my niggas, these suits on commissary. These niggas added their trappers, I know you ain't never put dope, no caption. Bitch, I'm big boss rap, spell my shit with all cap. These exclusive, you can't get these, so your bitch gon' fuck me. She ain't never seen a dick this big, so she feel lucky. This little bitch straight out the projects, but her booty country. She fuck me cause I got it, but she still don't get no money. Used to serve the junkie, beat the pot, my kitchen funky. You can't bring no smartphone in my trash spot, you a dummy. Take that Bluetooth off and leave that cloud shit at the door. Between the rock and no hard place, my money in the flow. Riding with some pounds, it smell like a corpse. Pull off in a monster, pull up in a bush. Start that anchor like a lamb, get me out the jam. I ain't never hard to find, you know where I am. I ain't stood a slide and polish through emotion. On rap beef, I'ma drop the 10 smoke. Thumbing 50s, my ass clammy, don't need lotion, yeah. Lil' bro told y'all he is trapping, he just joking, yeah. I'll be rich forever, and fuck your bitch whenever. I'm a real finesse, a bathing Nathan sweater. 2 streets don't buy my jelly, I'm a trendsetter. Draco sing like David Guetta if you owe me cheddar. You ain't sliding never, you can't even skate. Told that bitch to order pizza, we don't go on dates. Cause she know I'm out here grinding like some fucker brakes. I'm about to pull off in the Audi with the dealer plate. Riding with some pounds, it smell like a corpse. Pull off in a monster, pull up in a bush. Start that anchor like a lamb, get me out the jam. I ain't never hard to find, you know where I am. I ain't stood a slide and polish through emotion. On rap beef, I'ma drop the 10 smoke. Thumbing 50s, my ass clammy, don't need lotion, yo. Told y'all he is trapping, he just joking, man.
You know, I was watching Low Deluxe versus Calico, right? I remember watching this shit. He was talking about a black man being locked in his shit. Talk about his father being lost in his shit. Nigga, I give props to his shit. He got a black people on some positive shit. But me, I'm with the total opposite shit. Nigga, I with rocks on the strip, Glocks on the hip, bullets ricocheting and hitting people that's not with the shit. Everyone from the nigga. I with rocks on the hip, Glocks on the strip, bullets ricocheting and hitting people that's not with the shit. Everyone from the neighborhood watch getting hit. From the nigga that bought the donuts and me no sponsor shit. Shine gonna wonder where his confidence went. Cause Mr. Talak got boot back, but now he boot blocking shit.
What up? Grad school on a brand new campus, nigga. Grad school is on a brand new campus and shit in this motherfucker. What's going on, people? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? You study long, you study wrong. Y'all chilling over here with the cake boss, man. It's been a lot that's been going on. It's been a lot that's been going on. And let me go ahead and first, let me answer everybody's questions. I know some of y'all like, y'all kind of wondering like, yo, what was that? All right. So, you know, who was that?
Like a lamb.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna go back to it real quick. You know what I'm saying? Now, this guy right here, this is a artist by the name of Rad Pedro. Okay, this guy in the middle here, right? And know, y'all like, well, why is that important? Well, this guy right here, that's my uncle or what have you. You know, he younger than me. You know, my granddaddy was still fucking late in life or what have you. But you know, I just wanted y'all to see what a real gangster look like or what have you. You know what I mean? Real niggas who really didn't pull armed robberies, who really didn't jumped out, who was on papers, who we had to go and get off papers and shit like that, running back and forth, taking 3-hour trips down the highway or what have you. Because a lot of people wouldn't know what a real gangster look like if you know, if it really, you know, if it smacked them in the face or what have you. So I just wanted y'all to see kind of what a real gangster look like a little bit today. But you know, well, what the fuck is this? So, you know, I'm up in the building or whatever to answer a gang of the questions because I got a Facebook message or what have you from Red Bunny, and she said, you know, the folks want you to come back and stuff. You know, yeah, but what's going on? Yeah, I'm gonna have to go and get a couple of my dogs, honestly. But you know, look, I'm doing my YouTube show or whatever, so I'm gonna have to call you after I get finished with this. All right? Huh? Fuck it, she hung up. So yeah, man, it's you playing a night shift. Look, I was originally on a night shift. I always came on real late at night. This ain't no new shit. Whatever. This is what I have been historically doing since I came into this game or where you know, I always been coming on real like late at nights and shit like that. It's been a lot of beef going on, really concerning my name and all of this shit. You know, folks been kind of calling me on it or whatever. I've been reserved or what have you. You know, because I really don't fuck with this R. Kelly shit like that anymore. Just because of really, you know, what it was doing to a nigga. Like shit, this shit was getting so deep or what have you, you know, shit. A nigga was having erectile dysfunction or whatever. Shit, I gotta use my dick. Like, yo, shit, hey, shit. Once this shit start getting too much to where it should be on your mind and it'll affect your ability to, you know, to fuck and shit like that. Like you gotta step away from this. What have you shit. You know what I mean? Because in St. Louis, we destroy bitches. You know what I mean? So you gotta like, yo, shit, you gotta get out. You gotta get out of this shit and whatever. Because ain't none of this shit worth it. But it's a lot of messy shit, man, that's in this R. Kelly shit, man. I really wish I had a shit go up blunt or some shit like that to smoke on as I kind of go through the layers and the layers and the layers and the layers and the layers of this motherfucking drama. But tonight, man, I ain't really trying to hold on to it or whatever. I'm trying to get on this shit and really you know, get into the middle of this shit. A lot of it I didn't address before on various other platforms. But you know, I need to get to it over here on this platform one time for the one time. Shit, where the fuck is my phone charger? Oh, here we go. This is a phone charger code. It's a phone charger right here. So where Trevin at? Is Trevin up? Where Trevin at? You know, Hot Girl Summer. Hey, what's going on, Hot Girl Summer? What up, Trent? What's going on? What's going on? Star Child, I'm used to seeing them. Hot Girl Summer. I don't know who you are. Yeah, I don't know who you are. What's up? What's up? What's up? 312 Miss Stamps is in the building or what have you. Or what have you. And so, listen, I don't even think none of them call-in numbers work no more. Let me drop the call-in numbers in the chat or whatever because I want folks to you know, man, I want folks to call in, man. You know, y'all can ask me whatever or what have you. Whatever it is, man. I'm giving y'all the butt naked truth tonight. Or what have you. I'm giving y'all the butt naked truth tonight. From beginning to end, I'm giving y'all the butt naked truth. I've been around, just don't finesse. Okay. This is the call in number or what have you. Tonight I'm giving y'all the butt naked truth. Let me plug up my phone or whatever. Anybody can call in. We're gonna limit the calls to about 7 to 10 minutes max. Or what have you. No, 5 to 7 minutes. We're gonna limit these calls to about 5 to 7 minutes or what have you. Let me go ahead before we start this shit off. Let me go ahead and call. Let me see. Let me go ahead. Well, number one, let me address the first thing. The first thing is I was told that this guy or what have the Boylenbrook gangster said that I was running a scam, that my house wasn't burned down. Nigga, are you in St. Louis? Do you know anybody from St. Louis? My address is public record, you know. Go look on Dana J's copyright, you can see it. I look blurry. Well, look, I'm not in my Tanya Campbell. I'm not in my regular setup. I'm not in my house. I don't have my lighting and my lenses and all that shit. It was in my house. When my house got burnt down, I'm working with what I'm working with, right? You know, but let's go ahead and get off into this. I'm about to call my guy. He might be asleep. It's about 12 o'clock. It's about 12 o'clock out there on the East Coast. Dude might be asleep. But listen,
you reached Travis.
Okay. All right. I'll hear him back later. I hope you were able to say that. The dogs is cool. The dogs are all right. Listen, man. It's been a lot of fucking drama that it went on or what have you. And I really want to get down to the root of the drama of what all has happened, what then went on, kind of what didn't happen, and all of that shit. I want to answer what the people want to know or what have you. But first things first, let's get into things or what have you. Let's get into things one by one, piece by piece, and let's really get down to it. Number one thing is that several months ago, you know, I was in the race for R. Kelly. And hold on, y'all. Let me see if I turn the lights on over there to clear my picture up. 1 second. Okay. All right. Fuck it. We're gonna turn them back. We're gonna turn this shit all the way around and go to the kitchen and shit where it's like that motherfucker. Yeah. All right. All right. So is that better? Are y'all able to see me better now? Are y'all able to see me better? Press 1 in the chat if y'all able to see me better. Press 1 in the chat if y'all can see me better or whatever, if I appear to be more clear over here on this side. Press 1. Anybody? All right. Anyway, so several months ago, I was in the fight. I was 4 kills. And you know, I was down for the cause. I was down for down for the program or what have you. And then some things really started changing or what have you. You know, a bunch of shit started changing. And so pretty much the way that things go is I jump in, I'm just a blogger. That's all that I'm here for. It's just a blog. I ain't here to make no friends. I'm not here to be, nobody's homie. I'm not here to pick a side. None of this shit. Well, we have characters who come out, they pop out, they play roles. These characters do. And by characters, I mean some of the other bloggers, the Boskies, and your other people or what have you. I'm gonna stream this on all three of my channels. I want everybody in here. So we don't, we jump out here, what have you. I'm sent a Facebook message by one of the sisters or what have you, and I'm asked to, to help out and shit like that. Or what have you. I brought certain resources and shit to the table or what have you. And did you say, look at this dude, copyright information, you own this copyright? I don't know what Store Child is saying, honestly. I don't know what he's saying. It's kind of convoluted or what have you. Maybe need to be rewritten or something like that. But anyway, so I hop into this fight and shit like that. Like I say, at the behest, at first it was just about information. It was just about putting shit out, what have you. When I popped up or what have you, I had federal prosecutors, U.S. Marshals, very high up people in the U.S. government. They was reaching out to me and stuff like that. The very first live stream that I did, we had Miss Jennifer come on, and Miss Jennifer is a retired prosecutor or what have you. She's a retired prosecutor. Worked for the U.S. Marshal Service for a while, shit like that. So she knew a lot of the federal laws and shit like that. So we got into it or whatever. We dug into the case, and then we started reading the case or what have you. I saw another blogger, kind of talking about it, but the person's intelligence level was beyond the surface or what have you, beyond the elementary school, really couldn't talk in depth about it. So when I saw that the person couldn't talk in depth about it, but that was kind of my field of my arena, being an engineer and having to being an engineer by profession and by trade, then, I have to go into things as a routine and kind of break those things down to the granular level. Like I said, I've served 13, 2006 to 2015. So the last 15 years of my life, I have basically been in some type of service particularly the last 13 years of my life, but about 15 years in total, I have had some type of service with the United States government, et cetera, et cetera. So I was used to being able to know how they write things and things like that. So when I started reading the indictments of R. Kelly, then I started really breaking these things down. What do they mean? What do they say? Stuff like that. Well, once you start doing that, then all of a sudden, you kind of blow up. You get successful and shit overnight. Texas Black Diamond brought me onto her platform, and then I went on to a couple other platforms. But the thing is that I always tried to be myself, and I always tried to do me. When I was trying to be myself and trying to do me and what have you, a bunch of folks gravitated to me, and then eventually they pulled me down into the drama and kind of sucked me up into the whirlwind. But there was specific things that I always try to stay away from getting into things. I always try to stay away from Dana, really talking about Dana, really digging into Dana, because for me, I just felt like he was an agent. I feel like he was an agent provocateur, and he was deliberately trying to be a contrarian to forward progression and towards success. And so, I always looked at that person kind of as problematic, and I really didn't want to talk about them. On about April 16th, something like that, I was doing a live stream or what have you, and at the behest of the Kelly sisters, Lisa and Cassandra, I rolled out through the what do you call that shit? The $1 Million Initiative. And basically what the $1 Million Initiative was that me along with myself, Marlena, the Kelly sisters, along with a few others or what have you, we went and we talked to some attorneys or what have you. Alan Dershowitz, who's a friend to Donald Trump, now infamous president, soon to be former president. We went to talk to Dershowitz. Dershowitz said that he could pull a couple of favors in order to get R. Kelly out. But Dershowitz said that his prices was too high for what's going on, Sharon? Dershowitz said that his prices were too high to go around and do the scrapping, the day-to-day work that Robert needed or what have you. And so then that's when I asked him, I said, well, do you have somebody who can who you would refer us to? He said, yeah, I got a guy who could do that day-to-day work, who knows that system, knows those judges. He referred us to a guy by the name of Arthur Aidala. Arthur Aidala is a guy who used to be a DA out there in Brooklyn. You can look him up. His last name is Aidala, or what have first name Arthur Aidala. Arthur Aidala was kind of on the table and things like that. With Aidala being on the table, basically, we needed to basically raise about $1 million to basically get him on. This is back in April time frame, right? And so, he was willing to come on for way less money than that. Okay. When him being willing to come on or what have you, like I say, the only thing that we needed to do was pretty much raise the money. All right. And Sharon wrote it right here. This is his name. Y'all can look him up. All right. So basically, you needed a basic payment breakdown. And fuck it, I'm gonna tell it all or what have you tonight because I just want to get this shit off my chest or what have you. And so every time somebody called me, I ain't got to re-explain the story all the way over again. So basically, they wanted $1 million or what have you. So we come and we roll out the $1 Million Initiative, which is where we hope to at least raise like $60,000 or whatever like that, like $60,000 to $100,000. Once we could have raised that $60,000 to $100,000, then we could have took it to them like, yo, we ain't got $250 up front, or we ain't got your $500,000 up front, but here's $100,000 towards a good faith payment, and then we can hustle up the rest of it. We can hustle up the rest. Whatever. So I'm going to talk slow down. So pretty much what we had to do at this point was we rolled out the $1 Million Initiative, what have you. And this went through a company called Blue Pella if I'm remembering it right. And the guy who pretty much ran Blue Pella was a guy by the name of Joel Perchinsky. Okay, guy's name was Joel Perchinsky or what have you, right? So I'm gonna write that or what have you and give y'all some names. Well, excuse it being, the casing or whatever being off on her. We went through him and his company, the Joe Perchinsky guy, and that's when we tried to roll everything out. And the neat thing about Blue Pella is that when you would raise money through Blue Pella, then all of the money was earmarked, which the problem at that time was the dollar for the king thing. And so pretty much the reason why I got 3 different channels is because when I started rolling this stuff out, well, then you had Dana and them saying, well, oh, this guy's a scammer, or this guy's trying to get money, this guy's trying to do this, that, and the third. Well, I don't need money, you know what I'm saying? And push come to shove, I just wouldn't scam or what have you for no money. I just tell you straight up, my name is Trent, my life fucked up, donate if you want to or what have you, your boy need it. I'm not the type of dude to sit up in here and do scams and shit for money. That's just not in my character. Well, we roll out this $1 million initiative hoping that we could get a fraction of the money that was scammed with the dollar for the king thing that Levi rolled out and some others, what have you. Well, they said, okay, this is fake. And then this Joe Perchinsky guy, he went onto the site, wrote things like, yeah, you're going to get signed, autograph, CD covers and things like that. And everything on his website was kind of in disarray. You know what I mean? And so when everything on his website being so fucking packed in or what have you, to where you got just a block of text or what have you with no spacing, no indentation for easier readability, I was supposed to be the one who gave it the once over. I gave it the once over and I okayed it because we had all told myself, the sisters, have all told him, like, dude, don't write shit about the rewards in there. I think it was the chick, Keisha T or something like that, who brought it to my attention. And then Michelle, that's all, called me, and she was looking out. She was looking out for me, and she basically said, hey, I just wanted to bring this to your attention before anybody else told you that the website say this. Then that's when I called and I basically had it shut down. And I told the sisters, like, yo, y'all probably need to create y'all own website. Y'all need to create y'all own website if y'all gonna do this or what have you. And so after I said that, then after I said that, then that's where you start seeing the Kellys for Justice. I wanted to name it www.robertsfreedom.com or what have you. But then it was this whole Kellys for Justice thing that kind of rolled out with it. So I was like, oh, okay, well, And so then we had to go through a process where, in order to get approval to go ahead and do the fundraising, do the websites, we had to go through an intricate series of events to even get the letter, to get letters into the prison to Rob. And so the way that we kind of did this is that we had to have the private investigators write up a report as to what these companies were, who were the controlling officers of these companies and the official term, the registered agents, I believe, of these companies, who these registered agents were. And basically all of the companies that are in an indictment, what have you, we had to go through them and pretty much ask Rob, do you know who these people are? And Rob said, piece by piece, he don't know who these folks are. And then the second question that was asked was, do you know who Dana J is? And so he wrote back, no, I don't know who Dana J is. And so when y'all saw those letters came out that Sharon Winbush said are fake, well, those letters were in response to investigator's report asking, do you know these people who are out here speaking on your behalf? He did not know these people or what have you. And so when that came out, it was so much controversy surrounding that. And so with all of the controversy that was pretty much surrounding it or what have you, it was like every time we would take a step further, we would inch a couple steps further, we get knocked 3 steps back, right? Because and you know, I'm gonna go through all of it or whatever. Y'all just give me some time. I'm gonna get down to all of it, okay? And so now we're trying to roll out this campaign to raise this money, and we come and we create a website. Well, when we create this website, it's like, yo, okay, we got music on the website where we're raising money for a musician, but the musician that we're raising money for, music is not on the website. Okay. You know, well, and Marlena says something very, very poignant, but we're going to slow down because we're going to get to that. Matter of fact, I'm going to leave that up there on the screen. We're going to get to that. So we start doing all of this stuff or what have you. And then I'm the only one really pushing this website. I'm the only one really kind of standing behind Lisa and Cassandra, kind of as the sisters and stuff like that. At that point in time, things may have changed. You know, I don't really pay attention to it. So pretty much what happened was that when we were going through this process of trying to figure out how to get to Rob or what have you, I got a call while I was on my way to work, and this is sometime in between March or April of this year or what have you. And it was Alexis. And Alexis was on the phone with some lady named Janet. And this Janet lady said that she was one of the only 3 people. Well, Alexis and Janet said that they were one of the only 3 people. One of the only 3 people who was going in to see Rob at the MCC or what have you. So these people, you know, I'm trying to help. I'm naive. I'm basically green in the game, and you know, I'm not knowing how this thing works with celebrities. So you know, I'll send them over my paperwork. You know, send them over. I'll send them over my polygraphs and things like that to basically verify I am who I say I am or whatever. You tell them, you know, Trent is a screen name. My name is Ray. Blah, 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 blah. Send them over, you know, documents, my federal, you know, IDs and stuff like that. And so, you know, these things were pretty much for a confirmation type of thing. And come to find out that these people, they were just jokesters, just running a scam pretty much. And so, you know, I was a little bit perturbed by that Once we kind of got in and we started, trading things back and forth, and really found out from Robert himself that nobody had been up to the MCC to see him. Nobody had been up there to see him outside of his personal attorney. Yeah, I see you. 254 area code. I see, or what have you. So he had said nobody had been up there to see him at all, or whatever. Beyond Joycelyn and Asriel, nobody other than them and Brian Nix had been up there to see R. Kelly. And what I'm telling you is facts verified to the best of my knowledge, or what have you. And nobody, due to Corona, nobody could come in at that time. So, and Brian Nix is his personal attorney. And so these people, they were basically playing these games, or what have you. So, again, I got perturbed by all of this shit. Anyway, we go on, we continue to press on. Now, these folks have several different campaigns. And you had Doug Anton running the R. Kelly Defense Fund, right? And so basically, Doug Anton's running the R. Kelly Defense Fund. Well, Doug Anton is called one day, and when Doug Anton gets called, Doug Anton starts trying to press, an officer of the law. We just call him that. He starts trying to press the officer of the law, or what have you, where he said, he's called, he said, hey, my name is Officer so-and-so, and, hey, I'm calling because one of my clients hired me to investigate the R. Kelly Defense Fund. He immediately jumps on the defensive, or what have you. And he was just calling to verify that he had set it up. That pretty much shedded light to pretty much what was going on with that R. Kelly Defense Fund. Now I'm on what's going on, Lysol Larry. So pretty much I'm checking out this defense fund and shit like that. And we know that money is being contributed to it, but we don't know what's actually coming out of it. And so all of this money that's going in, or what have you, is really not helping already. So every time that I'm doing a live or what have you in the YouTube public or Kelly spaces, everybody's confused as to where the money should go. Should the money go here? Should the money go there? Should the money go here? And if I would say something at 6 o'clock in the evening, by 9 o'clock, you had people who would come on and say things quite the contrary, or what have you. I had one of the bloggers who all of y'all love basically come out when I asked for support on the Kelly's for Justice Fund. I was giving support, and then the next morning, this blogger said, well, nah, don't donate over here, don't donate over there, and shit like that. And so we were basically working against ourselves, or what have you. I started the Boots on the Ground. Boots on the Ground, it was a good initiative. However, most of the people who I started Boots on the Ground with, we weren't able to really do too much with the Boots on the Ground because as far as research-wise, Marlena's research was pretty much the only research that was usable. You know what I'm saying? It was the only research that was really usable. All of the other stuff was good attempts by inexperienced people, but we can only go so far with that because most of the research, it just wasn't able to be used or what have you. And you would have to sit there and talk about the difference between federal law, state law, ordinances, codes, and things like that in their application. And then I came and I did several video series about jurisdiction in the law or what have you. So we go through that phase or what have you, where we're still trying to get in, we still trying to push this defense fund. I'm the only person who's really pushing this fund, and this is the only fund that Robert has approved. Well, Robert sends a letter to Doug Anton and requests that the funds be turned over. He submits the same thing to Steve Greenberg. When he submits this information over to Steve Greenberg asks for him to turn the money over. Doug Anton pretty much cusses Steve Greenberg out and says he ain't turning nothing over, and basically fuck you and die. And so it was a series of events to where R. Kelly kept coming up for bail, and the bail kept getting shot down, and it kept getting shot down, and kept getting shot down, or what have you. And the reason that this shit kept getting shot down is because you don't have any New York attorneys. Okay. Doug Anton and Tom Farinella are both entertainment attorneys. Well, I'm gonna have to turn off these notifications 1 second because I'm getting like text notifications or what have you, and it's distracting me. I'm gonna turn these off or what have you. I'll turn it back on later. Hold on. Okay. All right, cool. All right. So anyway, all right. So where was I at? Anyway, so Doug and Tom Farinella are entertainment lawyers. And so with them being entertainment lawyers, whatever, you need this is an A+ case, and you came out here with D+ lawyers, and on their best day they see average. You have to go and get some real dogs. The best lawyer that Rob has is Steve Greenberg, and Steve Greenberg is on his best day. Steve Greenberg is a C average lawyer. He's not a B- lawyer. He's not a B+ lawyer. None of this shit. Well, we reaching out. We're going to get what's the guy? Jeff Lichner, Sharon, what's his name? Jeffrey something. Jeff it's Leachman, some shit like that. We reaching out. Every lawyer who we basically asked, would you be willing to take this case? Would you be willing to come on? Rob needs some help or Kelly needs some help. They would come in. Then what Jeff Lichman, okay? So they would be asked to pretty much come in. Well, when they was asked to come in, basically what would happen is they would be asked to come in, and then it'll be so much disarray that his inner circle was in so much disarray that nobody would really want to touch it or whatever. And then everybody would come in, they would see how much Sam Adams ain't trying to handle this shit. Rob ain't got no money, and Sam Adams handled a state case. State law and federal law is two different things. Chicago is a corrupt mob city. Okay, it's a corrupt mob city. It has been a corrupt mob city ever since the days of Al Capone. If y'all didn't see that documentary that I put out called One Man Ain't No Enterprise, that was the whole purpose of that whole documentary, was to explain how corrupt Chicago is. So Nisimo, when you asking about Sam Adams is a state attorney, and Rob has federal cases. But and I'm gonna say one more thing, is that Chicago is a democratically corrupt city. And so realistically talking, and nobody is really equipped to really challenge me on this when I say that it's a 50% to 60% chance that first case in 2008 probably could have been paid off. Just when you really study the way that Chicago works politically, there's a very good chance that case could have been paid off and owe it. Just keeping it real with you. So anyway, anytime we step into an attorney, they want a bunch of money up front. And attorneys who would have probably been able to take it for free or take it and get him out and all of that, well, they not gonna come behind where Doug Anton has fucked up. Doug Anton wrote an motion calling a judge a prostitute and told the judge on the call that, you know, well, these girls was hoes. And being where you from, you should know about that. This is what he said to the judge. You got the other guy, Tom Farinella, to where Tom Farinella is a decent entertainment attorney. And when he write his motions, he write his orders to the court, he write them the way that an entertainment lawyer does. Doug Anton, the same thing. They write the way that an entertainment attorney does and not the way that a criminal attorney is. And so when you get Jeff Leachman said Doug Anton is a total fucking asshole. And I will not work with him. Steve is all right, but I will not work with Doug Anton. Every lawyer that we went to, time after time after time, everybody said Doug Anton is a motherfucking problem. Well, the YouTube streets is splinter off and they corrupted because one half you got some bloggers who basically praising Doug Anton. Then you have me over here who's ripping Doug Anton. But every time that I'm ripping Doug Anton, then I get 4 or 5 text messages from my from the chain of command inside of the R. Kelly blogger movement, and from others saying, well, and from the sisters, and everybody saying, well, you can't say those things about Doug, you can't say that, you can't say this, you can't say that. So I'm like, man, what the fuck? Like, what am I supposed to, like, I'm not supposed to sit up in this motherfucker and tell the truth. Doug Anton was fucking a case up. And then not only was I saying that he's fucking a case up, I was going and doing 3-hour lives every day, telling you piece for piece, fragment for fragment, part for part, where he fucked the case up at. This should have been said like this. He should have used this angle and attacked it that way. And y'all seen me do it for time, and y'all seen me do it for hours and hours on end, day after day. Well, Doug was one problem. Then you have Levi saying that he's the cousin, not the cousin, or what have you. He got 13,000 subscribers or what have you. And then they going and doing these roundtable discussions and all of this. And it doesn't help that me, who I consider myself to be a productive individual, well, these forces that be or what have you, they came out, they done struck 3 of my channels or what have you. And they striking my channels with false copyright strikes. And this is at a time where my channel was growing out the gate or whatever. So my first opinionated page with the blue logo, that's the first page. That's the page that I did the Azriel Clary video on. That page, it was growing in viewership and stuff like that. When these people start giving you copyright strikes and you start getting flags, and not real flags, but bullshit flags, YouTube pushes you down in their algorithms, like all the way down to where your shit ain't being sponsored, it's not being promoted, people stop getting notifications. You could do a live stream and most of you people won't even know that you did a live stream until after it's over. Well, this is what we going through. And people are telling me like, all right, well, you know, Larry's a bad guy. Larry. And I honestly, some of that shit that they was doing or what have you, some of that shit was Larry. But all of that shit, it wasn't Larry, man. And to be honest with you, Larry, outside of myself, Larry is probably the one who is the most factual blogger on YouTube. You know, just straight up and down or what have you. Now, Larry got his faults and shit, don't get me wrong about that. But part and parcel as far as just bringing you just straight facts or whatever, Larry is probably the most factual guy outside of myself or what have you. And so they going and they going and they saying, oh, where's Larry? Where's Dana? And it's Levi. And then they said this about you. And then they saying that about you. And then what will be happening is I'm on the phone all day long. Wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning. I go to work or whatever. I'm doing a job. While I'm at work, I'm still on the phone with folks or what have you, trying to get the facts of the case, trying to help out with the case and things like this. And then, you know, I got calls and stuff like that, basically saying, well, yeah, Trent, go in and write motions, go in and do this, go in and do that. So I'm going in, I spent 20 hours or whatever. I stayed up all night, basically writing a motion. And the motion never got used. It never got, it never really made it into the hands of anybody else. Now, with the motion that we wrote or what have you, and the things that we put inside one motion that y'all see me write over a course of 20 hours and maybe 2 to 3 days, it took them like 6 motions to hit all of the points that we hit in one motion. And these attorneys were so fucking splintered off in what they were saying that if you don't tie in all of the elements to make one cohesive argument, then you can't do anything. But then I won't, you know, what also hurts is that the folks who call themselves being pro R. Kelly don't realize that a lot of things that they do is admitting guilt or what have you. And so, you know, and so folks want to hear pretty much what they want to hear and not hear the truth. And this is the same thing that Judge Ann Donnelly was saying in her motions, is that these attorneys are not arguing against the facts of the case and saying that they did not happen. You just saying that, or they're not arguing against the facts of the case and saying that these hoes are lying, or that, you know, hey, that this stuff ain't true. Basically, y'all just saying that, you know, we, you know, yeah, it was wrong, what have you. But instead, yeah, he did it. But instead of charging him with this, you should have charged him with that. And this is what Steve and all of the other 4 lawyers, including Nicole Blaine Becker, who really don't serve a purpose at all on this case, this is what they have done, or what have you. And so you have people who was arguing with me after I went through the facts of this case to start saying, oh, well, he don't know what he talking about, or who are you to go and find another attorney? Who are you to do all of this shit? When the people who were in correspondence with R. Kelly, including R. Kelly himself, reaching out to Terry and saying to get with these 2 sisters or what have you, and try to get this shit done. That's what it was. So where are we at? I guess we in May or something like that now. So we go through this series of events or what have you. We steady trying to find new law. We trying to get into Rob. We trying to create lines of communication. So this goes in through May, through June, and stuff like that. And we still, like, letters are coming out. Letters are coming out or what have you. And when these letters are coming out, then what I'm noticing is that I'm doing a bunch of the running around work or what have you. And I'm doing a bunch of groundwork or whatever, because like Lisa would call me early in the morning, what have you. And then I'm gonna leave her name out of it, but when she watched the playback, she know who she is or what have you. She'll call, you know, we talk all the time, and what would be said is, well, bro, you know, how you feel is sound like a lot like what Dana was going through, dealing with the same folks, to where, you know, he served a purpose And then after he was basically used up, then they quit using him or what have you. So when you start seeing all of these letters coming, being written by Rob or what have you, and the pianos and all that shit on all of those letters, those were in response to a lot of the groundwork that the boots on the ground, the bridge, had done to even push the meter that far. And this is the truth. So when we start pushing the meter and shit that far, what have you, then these things would come out. Well, I was doing all of the groundwork, and what would happen is that once all this groundwork was done, then Lisa would take the letters or what have you, and put them on, bring them out on Dr. Rogers' platform. And so I took offense to that, because I felt like, well, if you're gonna bring them out over there, well, have her run around and go and get the facts of the case for you and stuff like that. But I thought that it was Dr. Rogers doing, which was basically burning me out of the game or what have you, because pretty much the problem of it is that they started talking to Steve Greenberg. Steve Greenberg knew who I was, and they would mention my name. But what was happening with that is that since I curse a lot, and I talk about sexual acts, and I used to keep liquor and shit around me, then they didn't really want me pretty much talking about the facts of this R. Kelly case. But the way that I felt is that, well, hey, you can't, what I'm saying, you can't take an element of me and not take me in totality. And so what they were basically doing is, we're gonna use Trent to do all of the running around work. And I was doing a lot of the running around work. I was calling people. I went to go talk to Dershowitz, went to go track down this lead. Well, Trent, what do this motion say? And so I had to go in and read the motion out and tell them back what it mean in layman terms and shit. And after a while, man, you get tired of doing that shit, man. Like, fuck all that or what have you. Only for like when the letters and shit to come out or what have you, the letters come out on a whole nother platform or whatever. And since then, I don't give a fuck about this shit no more. But I'm telling you my series of emotions during that time or what have you. So you got these letters and shit coming out or what have you, and they coming out on the platform, and it's not just one letter, but it's 2 letters and 3 letters, and then it's like, oh well, Trent, oh my God, my brother got diabetes, and he found out he's a borderline diabetic, and he's gonna die if they don't start caring about him. So now we're rushing, and we stand up in the middle of the night, and it's a couple of people, my folks who were subscribed to my Patreon and all of that, who stayed up with me writing all of these letters and shit in the middle of the night, and I burnt people out. You know what I'm saying? And I'm honest about that. We burnt folks out or what have you, just trying to go in and get these letters done or whatever. When we going in and getting all of these letters and shit done, then the folks who tell you to write the letters, they don't even answer the phone when you need a deeper perspective. And I'm not trying to be all in family business or whatever. I don't really care about Rob being a superstar. My thing is that he was a black man, and basically what was being done to him was an atrocity. Did he maybe fuck a young hoe? I'm pretty sure that he did. Just being honest with you, at some point in time, I'm pretty sure that he fucked a young bitch or what have you. But y'all are indicting him for being R. Kelly, and furthermore, you can't convict somebody of some shit that happened 20 years ago. That's just not right. And what happened 20 years ago, these women were paid or what have you. They were paid, 20 years ago or what have you. if you fuck me, if you suck some dick or what have you today, don't come back in 2040 talking about Trent, you owe me something. Bitch, I gave you $500 then or whatever. Like you don't have a residual. Your pussy is not an asset to be appreciated over time or what have you. Actually, pussy loses value with age or what have you. And that's what I was in a fight for. Well, when these letters was coming out, you'll be told, and yeah, right, there was a resolution. We'll get to all of that. I'm gonna get to all of it. I gotta take my time with it because it's a lot of layers and a lot of elements or what have you. But anyway, that's what my plight was with the case. But what would happen is that you'll be told to write something that his attorneys can use, or write a personal letter from the family to the judge and stuff like that. But then several elements of it were being left out. You know what I'm saying? Several elements were being left out or what have you. And on top of those elements being left out, then you had Dana encouraging Doug to call me and harass me. So Doug Anton is calling and harassing me and all of that shit. So I'm like, man, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And at this time or what have you, I'm living in the house. I'm living basically me and Dorothy living together and shit like that. So right now I'm sacrificing time that I'm supposed to be spending with my bitch to be up in here really coat-telling another motherfucking nigga. I don't care if you R. Kelly or not or what have you. Like, yo, this bitch over here depending on me or whatever, and she hiding horny and shit like that. I can't even jump up inside of it because I'm over here dealing with this mess. We go beyond that or whatever. These letters start coming out or whatever, and I start noticing shit. I'm like, oh, all right, cool, whatever. And so, like I say, man, I start feeling a way about Dr. Rogers and shit like that. And I told before y'all started running back with all this mess, I told her just that. Right, it did become a job. And so, and after a while, you just start noticing that Trent didn't really have no beefs or whatever on YouTube. I never beefed with Daboski. I never beefed with Tyson. I never beefed with Prima Donna. I never beefed with Dana. I never beefed with maybe with Levi because I did that Eli for Kelly shit. But that Eli for Kelly, I couldn't help myself. That shit was funny. As I sit here. But anyway, if y'all want to put Levi on me or whatever, I'll take Levi. All right. But all the rest of that shit, it wasn't about me or what have you. All the rest of that shit was me putting fires out that the sisters were going to start, or other folk who I call myself being connected to were going to start. So June kind of rolls around or what have you. And when June rolling around, we get into a space or what have you. R. Kelly had been turned down several fucking times or what have you. And so the way that I'm feeling or what have you, I'm like, man, this is some fucking bullshit. You know what I'm saying? We should just run up in the motherfucking MCC low key or what have you. But you can't really talk about that shit on the open line. So this shit is coming around. I'm being told, yeah, Trent, well, we're gonna take you or whatever to meet with the attorney. We're gonna take you and shit like that. We're gonna take you. So I'm like, all right, cool, whatever. And they wanted me, the sisters asked me to plan a march, whatever, to plan a protest, plan a march. I'm like, plan a march? These motherfuckers ain't even donated to the Kellys for Justice. One, and two, I'm a student of history. Civil rights movement ain't do shit for black people. All of that marching in the 60s, and black folks don't want to admit it, but Dr. King died for nothing. The changes that you saw from civil rights came from the Black Panthers, the Crips, and the Bloods going into the federal buildings, going into these state legislative buildings, with AK-47s and shit and organizing or what have you. And when they saw how deep this shit was, then they came in with COINTELPRO where they killed Fred Hampton and all of these folks or what have you. But stumping ain't never solved anything. All right. And so a couple weeks later, then one Papoose came with the lay it down for kills. So when we come up with the lay it down for kills, I'm like, all right, cool. All right. Now, for me, with the guy, Daboski, or what have you, I was always apprehensive for him, but I fucked with him because everybody was needed for the movement, right? So Daboski has something that I don't have. Tyson has something that I don't have. But I also have things that both of them don't have as well. Okay. And so when you put all three of us together, then it's a kick-ass combination. You know what I'm saying? It's a kick-ass combination. It's like butter in a skillet or whatever. It just melts together perfectly or what have you. And so it's like, all right, cool. Like I never understood why you would go and name yourself the Enterprise when the Enterprise was the key unit in the indictment. You know, on a street level, that never made sense. It never made sense to say, yo, we the Enterprise. On a street level, it never made sense when you had a guy saying, I'm a well-known vice lord. Because, I mean, bro, how are you a well-known vice lord or what have you? You know, like that ain't no shit to really talk about or whatever. And then at 40 years old, you know, once you get children or whatever, you can't gangbang no more. You're no longer a gangbanger or whatever. I don't give a fuck who you are. Once you have children, you're no. If you doing what you're doing as a father, you ain't gangbanging no more. Gangbanging is for people who are 15 to 25 searching for something. And really, I'm gonna lessen that down to about 23. That's when you gangbang from 12 to 23. Once you get past 23, you shouldn't be searching for guidance no more. You should be in your way. If you went to college, you should be graduating undergrad. If you went another route where you went into a trade, then you should be, you know, coming into your own and moving into the mid-tier of that trade or whatever. And so when I heard, you know, Christopher talking about, I'm a well-known this, I'm a well-known that, I said, nigga, in my mind, I'm exploding. I'm like, this nigga, he's hot or what have you. He's hot. And I told several people behind the scenes, like, that nigga he's too hot to touch. He's way too hot or whatever, because you go out here or whatever and you start doing, you know, you start talking all that shit, you putting yourself on a target list. The FBI is watching this shit or whatever. Now, anybody who is from St. Louis, they can tell you or whatever. Like I'm a Crip. Shit, if we talking some gang shit, I grew up in Jennings. My parents live in Jennings or whatever, Jennings, Missouri, whatever. 10 Dub, Crip, Gershie, Hamilton, Florence, Emma, all of that, whatever. My grandmother lived on Adelaide or whatever. So Warney and Connie, East Warney and Connie, another Crip set, the Dub Crip set. Or whatever. And so when you really talking and shit, I was born on Geraldine and Lillian or whatever. And so when you really start talking some for real gangster shit, I'm from that. Like for real. But you ain't never really heard me get online and really start talking about, yeah, well, I'm Dub Crip, I'm Cripping and all that shit. Because when you serve time, then that should be it, or what have you. I done been locked up for armed criminal action, assault with a deadly weapon, assault 1, 14 years old, was locked up for shooting a bitch in middle school in the ass, what have you. But you never really hear me standing out here promoting I'm a gangster this, I'm a gangster that, or what have you. Because when you really locked up, like for real, and when you for real locked up and that shit hit you in the head like that, and you don't know whether or not you going home, then that shit, it changed you for real. When I was locked up not knowing when I was going home or what have you. Not you locked up and you know that you got shock treatment, you getting out in a year. No, I was locked up not knowing like, yo, I'm gonna go home. And it just so happened that you had witnesses giving conflicting statements. And that's what got me out of jail or what have you for attempted murder charge. That, and once I went through that experience, then that's when you get Trick Cochran on the case, because I was supposed to be doing life in prison right now, or 20-something years in prison right now. So, but I don't promote that or whatever. And so when we come around to June and stuff like that, and they saying that they having a protest, of course I'm not trying to go and do no protest, because we got a hot boy over here who is in the league, who is a play gangster. And I know that, like, yo, he a play gangster, but the folks on YouTube, a lot of folks, they say like, yeah, I'm a gangster, I'm a gangbanger and shit like that. Most folks on YouTube ain't no gangbangers. Let's just keep it real. Most of y'all not gangsters. And why would you want to be? Why would you want to be from the hood? Why would you want to be from the city? This shit ain't like the hood did more, took more away to the hood did more to dim my light than it did to help me shine. Period. Or whatever. But I'm knowing that this dude is hot, but I'm just like, all right, fuck it. Well, the people buying it, we need this guy, because you always kind of need a loose cannon, right? You need somebody who just gonna pop off or what have you and say fuck it. You need that. Me, I'm a lot more calculated. I'm a lot more slower on the draw. But sometimes I'm a lot more slower on the draw. But sometimes you need somebody who just gonna get out there and pop that shit off or what have you. And that's what Deboski brings to the table. Is he gonna say the shit that need to be said. When he came out and said, where was the parents waiting on a motherfucking lifetime check? I felt that shit in my soul, but I probably wouldn't have, as vulgar and as crazy as my mouth is, I probably would not have said that in downtown Chicago. But the way that he brought it and the way that he set it up, it need to be said. All right. The thing that Tyson brought to the table is that he has an uncanny ability to get people in a room or whatever. And that's something that really can't be matched or what have you. That was actually something that, I felt like, Debo was a little jealous of about it or what have you. Me, I'm not really a people person. I'm not a people's person. I'd rather sit back and be chilling and I'd rather stay to myself. I'm not really a people's person like that or what have you. And so when we doing the chat and there's 8 people in there, 11 people in there, that shit don't bother me, because out of my whole life, I'll be 31 this year. Bro, I got about four good friends or whatever that I know out of my whole life. People who know me, know my parents and shit like that. Met both of my parents, all of that shit or what have you. Everybody else is just everybody else or what have you. So when I'm over here and I'm with a few people, I feel comfortable or whatever because these are a few people that like, okay, these people, they real solid. I keep them folks close. Going up to this rally, one papooses wants to do like the lay it down for Kales or what have you. The sisters tell me, yo, well, you know, when you come to Chicago, you know, yeah, you can go over here, you can go over there, blah, 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 blah. All right, cool. So I'm like, all right, you know, fuck it, I'll do it. So then I'm, you know, one Saturday I'm in the store, what have you. Samaya calls me. She's like, yo, or you coming to the New York, you coming to the Chicago rally or whatever. I'm like, nah, you know, and I don't never just tell somebody, I don't just give somebody an answer. I tell them why. And a part of that comes because I'm like I say, I'm an engineer by profession. So you always have to explain why you derived at an answer. You can't just say no, but you have to explain why it's no or whatever. So that's just a part of my character or whatever. So I told her no, you know, because at that point or what have you, you had this guy basically coming in talking about we gonna get a party buzz, we gonna do this, he gonna do that. And I said, man, this shit is gonna turn into a party in Kale's name. And I didn't really want to do no party. If we protesting, we doing just that. We need to come out here for 8 to 10 hours strong and let these motherfuckers know, because the race ain't given to the strong nor to the swift, but those who endure to the end. That shit somewhere in your Bible, look it up. So we need to come out here and we need to make a grand statement and all of that. And as time went on or whatever, we start having these panel discussions or what have you. And when we start having these panel discussions, then Tyson gave us the name the Three Amigos or what have you. And I really never really wanted to be aligned with them because what I do is just so much different than kind of what they did. But like I say, I'm not one person to make it all about Trent and to upset the apple cart. So I went along with it for the sake of going along with it, but it wasn't really something that I was feeling, but you know, whatever. So when I sat out there with those guys or whatever, I said, well, you know what? Listen, I was against going to Chicago and all of that, but you know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna go or whatever, you know. Again, so Maya had hit me up. She had offered to have, you know, to let me stay with her and all of that shit. So I went to Chicago, whatever. I also had to, I was also told by the sisters, yo, come over here, you know, you meet with the attorneys, blah, 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 blah. So, you know, this is, like I say, a long list of promises and shit that was made. Or not even promises, but a long list of shit that was said that never really materialized or what have you. Went to radio stations. Things from radio stations never materialized. Every place that we was going, every place that they would, and I'm saying the sisters, whatever, really Lisa, or what have you, things that she was telling me, and none of this shit ever really materialized at all, or what have you. It's always, yeah, come on, do this, or whatever. And then it's like, yo, we need to have a panel discussion. You pop up on the panel discussion, it's Nari, Sandra Dominique, some motherfucker who can barely speak English. And I'm sitting over here like, what the fuck is this? You know, I'm sitting here like stunned, like, yo, like what the fuck is this? Or what have you. So it was like, you know what, whatever, cool. So anyway, we go to Chicago, and when we get into Chicago, whatever, I know that it's some shit that's off or what have you. It's some shit that's off with Samaya. It's some shit that's kind of off about Dubowski, but Dubowski was calling me up or what have you. And that's the other element of it. I had told Daboski, bring Trent. Listen, anyway, I had told Daboski I was gonna give him a dog or what have you, and when I told him I was gonna give him a dog, the dogs they were born probably the dog was gonna be about 6 weeks when it was time to go up there. So I took the dog up there to Chicago, and I was like, well, fuck it. You ain't got to come down here. I'll bring the dog up there to you in Chicago. And that's what we did. I bought the dog up to Chicago, gave it to Daboski. Everything was cool. But like I said, I'm noticing some shit was off with Samaya and all of that shit from day one or what have you. That's why I never touched a bitch ever. I never touched her, never really tried to fuck her, never tried to do none of that shit. What's going on, Wish, or what have you? I never tried to touch a bitch. I never tried to fuck her, none of that shit, because I knew something was off with that bitch, and I didn't really need my shit being I ain't need my shit being on blast all in the YouTube streets. And I know that, you know, you dealing with sucker motherfuckers who don't play the game right. So anyway, when all of this shit happened, then we go in, we do the protest. Daboski kick it off. Where the motherfucking parents waiting on the motherfucking lifetime check. All right, me, like I say, I've been military all my life. My parents 30 years, mama 30 years, father 40 plus years. Me myself, 13 years, probably more, man. This shit is hard to keep track of, but if y'all go and look at my LinkedIn profile, it'll tell you what my credentials are there. But I done did this shit for about a decade and a half or what have you. And so I'm keeping a posture right. I tell Daddy Lolo, carry up the rears. Make sure that nobody fall out of ranks or what have you. And we moving as a unit. We moving as a unit. So as we moving as a unit or whatever, we get all the way down there to the MCC or whatever. Now, was I against the protest? The first protest in July, I didn't want to participate in that shit because, like I say, it was a rush job. But in light of it being a rush job, we still went and we still showed up and we showed out. All right, the first day that we show up or what have you, the sisters, they not there. They didn't show up or what have you. And furthermore, the meeting with Greenberg, that shit wasn't even that shit was with a radio station. So they didn't really need to be present for that shit anyway. Did I originally go up there to meet with the lawyers? Yes, I did. When I got out there and I started rubbing elbows with the people and I started fucking with the people, my soul is with the people. My soul is with the unit. I'm a soldier by nature or what have you. So when y'all saw me out there in the march, I went in the fucking back. I was in the front, meaning that when some shit popped off, I was gonna be the first one to get hit. But that's the way that I'm wired. Like, that's just how I'm wired. So that those sisters or what have you, they did not come out to the protest. And whoever feels a certain type of way about it, I don't give a fuck. I'm telling y'all the truth. Sisters didn't come out to the protest the first day or what have you. So I'm like, what the fuck? They didn't come out the first day. We go out there the first day, we make noise or what have you. Tyson live streaming it. It's 10,000 views. It's some crazy numbers of shit. Like, I had never seen 500, 600 people on one live stream, and it's R. Kelly shit ever. So I'm like, damn, this motherfucker doing numbers. but I'm too busy. I'm too wired up in the mood in what's going on to where I can't, I'm not even really, I'm not taking in the moment of what this shit is because of how big the moment is. I'm not really taking it in. I'm just wound the fuck up. So we marching, we in ranking order, whatever. Tyson, he doing his piece or whatever. But Tyson is the elder statesman. He just got a young vibe. He got a young flavor about him. But this is a 50-year-old man or what have you. I'm the young buck. I'm the youngest one. I'm the youngest one out here. DeBosi, he's full of energy. He's full of fire and shit like that. So he's coming up with this shit. He got all the catchy shit or whatever. Where was the parents waiting on the motherfucking lifetime check? And so I get on the bullhorn or whatever. I'm like, they have violated the 6th Amendment, 8th Amendment, and 14th Amendment, which the 6th Amendment is a right to a fair trial. The 8th Amendment is no more cruel and unusual punishment. And then the 14th Amendment basically guarantees the rights of all African Americans to all of the constitutional amendments. So when DeBosi is saying all of his shit, I'm in the back, spilling out my shit. And the reason why, and like I heard Molly Harris or whatever say that I was trying to talk over him and all of that shit. But what was going on is that, again, I'm a student of history. When America was in the Vietnam War, Ho Chi Minh, who was the general of the Vietnamese army, Ho Chi Minh would get on the loudspeaker and start doing neuro-linguistic programming on the black soldiers, saying, "Black man, get out of here. This is not your right. This is not your fight." And so when we coming and we talking or whatever, and they saying, one man ain't no enterprise, the government needs to stop telling lies, I gotta come in and I gotta say the shit or whatever. Like I say, I got that mentality in me where I'm militant. I was at the Million Man March at 5 years old, and again at 25 years old. So that's just organically who I am or what have you, to where I got to be talking the radical shit. That's just what I'm going to do. DeBosi saying his shit, I'm coming with the facts, everything blending together smoothly. We go over there, I think we do, 4 hours or something like that over there. It wasn't a long amount of time. Once we do that, we go down to Grant Park, where Obama had his inauguration back in 2008. We go down to Grant Park or whatever, and we cooling. When we cooling, that's when everybody else start coming down or what have you. That's when all of that's when the sisters and Dottie and Dr. Rogers and all of them came down at that time or what have you. One Papoose, myself, Tyson, DeBosi, we went and had a private conversation where we said we're going to cut out this bullshit. Don't nobody have no, everybody's going to be on the up and up. Everybody's going to be cool. We all going to be all right. And then this is going to be that. Well, cool. Everything is cool. Whatever. We had a barbecue and shit like that. And, all in this. Then we go over, we go to the lakefront. Me and Tyson, we both stripped down to our drawers and hopped in Lake Michigan or whatever. It's real true story. So after that, we go back to the hotel with somebody, still didn't touch her, still didn't harass her. We eat our live stream, we eat, we go to I think it's called like Three Forks or some shit like that. My Chicago people, y'all know what the restaurant is. It's a steakhouse down there by the Aqua Radisson Blue Hotel, whatever. Somebody could put it in the chat. So we go over there, we eat or whatever. This is on Saturday night. Sunday morning or whatever, we come out. I do a live stream or whatever. And I basically start talking about the bridge. Okay. When we do a live stream, I start talking about the bridge. And, I'm out here on the balcony. I'm talking my shit. I do 2 live streams or whatever. This is the first live stream, which is about 40 minutes or something like that. I started talking about it, and I'm putting inflections of Martin Luther King of I've been to the mountaintop up in there. So, once we finally get downstairs, it's game time. It's go time. They would tell, I don't know how true this is because I wasn't watching, but they tell me that Tyson and Debo said that they was gonna cancel Sunday because it was raining. And I'm like, man, fuck that. Because by that time I had started building the bridge or what have you. And me and I think it was me and Wish and Bird who really came up with that whole concept of the bridge or what have you. And so I started building that bridge or whatever. And then I started really talking about it like, hey, these niggas is troubled water. Dana's troubled water. And I started naming the people off. I say, man, these troubled water, but we're going to get on that bridge over this troubled water. We're going to drag your ass across this bridge over this troubled water. If you're in a realtor, we're going to roll your ass across here on troubled water. If your motherfucking legs hurt, bitch, you better crawl across this bridge, but we got to get across this bridge to the promised land or what have you. So it was at the time I started building that campaign up because where the boots on the ground fell off, and where the boots on the ground had basically trickled down to me and Marlena or what have you, then that's when we pretty much we were basically out of options. Now we ran into a thing to where, again, because it's some shit that I had left out earlier, to where after we saw that it was no money over here in the YouTube streets as far as raising $1 million or $100,000 or even $70,000, then we were told by Arthur Ayadala to reach out to celebrities. And so when you start reaching out to celebrities, well, they got to call around to confirm who you are. And so when they call around to confirm who you are, then you have, you basically had, Marlena was reaching out to all these different peoples, your Tyrese's, your Julius Darringtons, your Tanks, big name comedians, and it's a list of other people or what have you. And so they would call and get verified and all of this stuff. And all of this shit was going on around the same time or what have you. And so, I was so deep off into all of the drama of trying to clean up all of the messes that Lisa was going around making and shit all of the time. And that was being made with bringing out all of these letters and trying to verify that they are the sisters. And, I told them straight up, I'm like, man, listen, Rob say that y'all the sisters, but y'all make people think that y'all not the sisters because y'all want some praise and adulation as R. Kelly's sisters instead of fucking just being the sisters. Like, shit, stop trying to force feed to everybody that you are R. Kelly's sisters. Who gives a fuck? In the grand scheme of things, who gives a fuck? Not only that, but we started to lose support inside of the camp with Greenberg because every 5 minutes, Lisa is calling Greenberg, emailing him about shit that Dana said on his YouTube channel, emailing him about folks saying the things to sisters or what have you. So after a while, Greenberg stopped answering Lisa's calls. Hold on, man. I gotta get something to drink. I'll be right there, So, okay. So after a while, Greenberg stopped answering calls. He stopped responding to texts and all of this. And this was at a time where, Robert was sending a bunch of shit to them all of the time. You know, he was sending a bunch of shit all of the time to them. And so, you know, everything that was going on with him, like he got overweight, then he was 40 pounds overweight, then he was 35 pounds overweight, then he was 10 pounds overweight. Greenberg just stopped fucking responding because it was always about some petty YouTube shit or what have you. So, you know, all of this is transpiring around the time, you know, we go to Chicago. And again, I'm sorry that I'm going to get back to what happened on the second day of the protest, but this popped up. So when he started shutting down or whatever, we still trying to reach out to these other celebrities because from the first time me and Marlena talked to Greenberg on the phone, and this motherfucker did not know that Faith Rogers had a marijuana charge and a theft charge, a marijuana and a theft charge, then I said, he ain't the fucking attorney, because one of the things that the indictment alleges is that Rob gave Faith Rogers alcohol and marijuana. He gave Faith Rogers alcohol and marijuana to entice her to have sex before he gave her herpes. And he did not know that Geronda Pace had a fake ID charge. This is what let us know that Greenberg wasn't the right guy. So we reaching out to all these attorneys to bring new people on board. And when we reach out to these additional attorneys to bring folks on board or whatever, then we got to go and hustle up money and shit like that. So the celebrities, when we go into these celebrities or what have you, I'm sorry, when Marlena is reaching out to these celebrities or what have you, and of course I put the white woman on that shit because they ain't gonna respond to a nigga with a fucked up beard and dreads. They respond to this white lady. The problem is that, and this came straight from somebody who Rob knows, is that the sisters don't look credible when you got Cassandra singing on the Kellys for Justice website. And the website is named Kellys for Justice, and it's one of those things to where when it was supposed to be about R. Kelly, when it was supposed to be about Rob, then you got a crowbar in there to Kellys. Well, we the Kellys family. We are the Kellys. We the Kellys. We the Kellys. And then it has never been fully explained what happened. And so is y'all we gonna force feed down y'all throat. We gonna take this shit, shove it down your throat. We the Kellys, we the Kelly family. We know we Kelly. And but when you ask, okay, well, how you the sisters? And how did you get the last name Kelly? Well, we don't want to talk about that and all that. And it turns into a thing to where you tell it half of the story. And when people want to know, when people ask or what have you, then you don't want to tell the full story as to how things actually are. And it was, it's another family member by the name of Cynthia Jones Kelly, who was the one who told Lisa and Cassandra that was their that Rob was their brother or what have you. And I talked to Cynthia at length. I talked to her several times or whatever. She knew my grandmother and my grandfather from the church circuit back in the day. But that was basically who basically told them or what have you. And Cynthia would tell me kind of the truth about what would go on. And then Lisa would basically call and ream her out for telling me the truth about kind of like what the situation is. So, be that as it may, be that as it may, I'm sorry. These are all of the facts that are coming into the situation. So, we at the first day of the protest. After the first day, we go down to the park. They come through. They make an appearance. Well, we done made history on the first day of the protest. And so now on the second day of the protest, of course, people saw that it's successful. So everybody wants to come out and make it seem like they were a part of it from the beginning when they weren't. Okay, still, fine, cool. So they come out second day of the protest. And when they come out on the second day of the protest, then they come out and they out here kind of with the people. You want people to donate to the Kellys for Justice, but you're not showing that you're part of the people. You being standoffish. You know what I'm saying? And you being real. Like, y'all as the people, y'all accept me with my flaws and all. Because I have always kept it real with y'all as the people. I have never told you, oh, I'm a saint, you know, I'm a goody two shoes. No, I came in telling you I'm fucked up. I like smoking cigars. I like drinking yak. I like hoes, like $40 hoes too. I ain't never came in this bitch trying to tell you I'm something that I ain't or whatever. So it ain't nothing to expose about me because I'll tell you. And people, anybody who has called me on the phone will tell you that I tell them the truth. I ain't gonna do no whole bunch of weaving and ducking and dodging around this shit. We gonna get straight to the fucking point. Anyway, second day of protests come around. They don't want to march with the people. They don't want to, you know, they coming in, but they not really there. Well, the first day after we decided, me and Dabowski said to each other, Dabowski said, well, tomorrow you gonna lead. When we go to the door tomorrow, you gonna lead. Because the first day when we went to the door, where 312 at? I hope 312 ain't sleep. She might be asleep or whatever. If y'all know what, call 312. 312 will tell you this. The first day of the protest, when we walked to the door, Dabowski, this big old Chicago gangster, goes to the door, sees the security guard right there, and tell 312, oh, you go up there to the door. Anybody who was there that first day, tell me that I'm lying. Anybody who was there the first day can tell you that I'm telling the truth. When we get to the door the first day, Dabowski threw 312 out there to fight an armed security guard standing in front of the MCC. If I'm lying, I'm flying. My feet ain't left the motherfucking ground. These are facts. Right hand to God. The park, after the first day, he said, when we get to the door, you gonna take control. Well, hey. We go to the door the second day. When we go to the door the second day, I'm like, man, hey, man, bring him downstairs. Bring him downstairs. Bring him downstairs. I wasn't playing about this shit. Bring this nigga the fuck downstairs. Now, to y'all like, Damn, Trent, you a G. The reason why Come On said bring him downstairs is because anytime that Rob was getting on the core links or whatever the fuck it's called, the prison messaging system, he's telling Lisa everything. You know what I'm saying? He is motherfucking telling Lisa everything. Everything. Telling her everything. Right? He, oh shit, I think my toe might have to get amputated. Oh shit. Oh, I got an infected toenail. Oh shit, my back, my neck, and my back. Oh shit, sis. I don't know. When I'm laying down, I feel a pulsation in my neck. I don't think I can breathe. Oh shit, sis. I'm 40 pounds overweight. 312 or what have you. Fuck. What's 312? Where didn't you get thrown in front of the door to the MCC that first day of the protest? Back in July when we had that first protest, you got marched all the way. We marched all the way up there to the door, and this gangster threw a motherfucking woman in front of the door. But then this nigga had the nerve to come to me about Samaya, like he trying to protect women. What Wish said, they didn't give him his test results in time, or what have you. Yeah, there you go. He threw 312 in front of the door. True story. Or what have you. And right then, I was like, what the fuck type of host? I said to myself, man, these Chicago niggas must be on some different type of time. How you throw a whole chick out here to fight a man's battle? Where I'm not a Captain Save 'em by no means, but it's just some shit that you don't do. The way I was raised up, you don't send a woman out to fight a man's battles. You just don't do that shit. So when we go to the door the second day, and calling numbers right there, when we go to the door the second day, I'm not taking no chances with this shit. I'm going to the door. Fuck this. Bring them downstairs. I'm saying bring them downstairs. I'm all breaching the perimeter or what have you on like the riots was up in Washington last week. I'm breaching the perimeter and shit too. Back in July. I turn around. I'm over here on a loud horn. Lisa and Cassandra all the way over here. They all the way over here. I'm over here at the door. The motherfucking sisters across the street. And at that point, I was beyond perturbed. I didn't even want to talk to them. I quit fucking answering the phone for their ass. I quit reaching out after that shit because it was disrespectful to me, Marlena, Wish, Sharon, whoever else was boots on the ground and fuck that. It's disrespectful to me for you motherfuckers to call me at all times of the day, all times of the night, and then when we get up here to the motherfucking door and you afraid to tell the motherfucking warden what your gripe is, the shit that you complain to me about all fucking night. When I'm in bed with my bitch or whatever, I roll over and grab my phone off of the nightstand for y'all. Y'all afraid to tell the motherfucking man what the fuck your problem is to his motherfucking face. And I ain't never been built like that. Brown here in St. Louis, this motherfucker, gangster shit is the only shit that's respected. You tell the motherfucker to their face what your problem is. You don't sit up in here and talk behind the motherfucker's back. And Dorothy, I ain't know Dorothy was up in here. Dorothy will tell you all the shit that I went through dealing with this shit or what have you. The arguments me and her got into because of they ass. And she told me right off the motherfucking flip, quit fucking with y'all. And I had motherfuckers back and continue fucking with y'all. And for that, I had to apologize to her because that shit right there, that was the end of us or what have you, fucking with them. But when we go over there, put this shit back on the screen. When we go over there, they across the street. We on the side of the MCC. Now, the moment was getting to be too much for the Boski when you was dealing with a nigga who wasn't about to back down. I wasn't about to back down. Pepper spray, taser me, hit me with a motherfucking nightstick, nigga, break my teeth, put a knot in my head, break my arm, bust my kneecap, my nigga, but fuck all of that shit. Lisa and him talk gangster than a motherfucker on the phone. Well, fuck that nigga, motherfuck that nigga Dana, and all of this shit and all of that shit. Knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone. But when we sitting up here in front of the man, you won't say it. Now, on the strength of me, on the respect of me, I bought them to some high-powered people who pull strings. These people who pull strings got the warden there on a Sunday. When the fuck do a warden be at a jail on a Sunday? When does the warden go to a jail on a Sunday? Anyway, the warden is there on a Sunday. Now, we go back out there and we saying we playing Kel's music. We doing our chants. Tyson get on the mic. Everybody get on the mic. I'm passing the mic around. When we standing over here, we standing on the side of the street that the MCC is standing on. Guess who across the street? Guess who across the street? The sisters. They across the street doing this shit right here. Earharts and shit. We love you. Talking about we love you. All that goofy ass shit. And then I'm like, well, damn, y'all wonder why people don't support y'all. That shit fake to the motherfucker. The movement is right here. Why the fuck you over there? Why the fuck are you, if the movement is right here, why the fuck are you over there? And so when the Boski ran out and he said that I said that I had a problem with the sisters taking Dr. Rogers to meet with Greenberg, it was because I did take exception to that. Because this is what they told me what they was gonna do for me. Okay, I did take exception to it at that time. Okay, I got over the shit, but I took exception to it at that time. Now, they doing air quotes. I'm like, the movement is right here. Y'all over there. And for that, I ain't really want to fuck with them. And ended early. We got on a party bus or what have you. I roll out of St. Louis. We got on a party bus. When we get on a party bus, we agreed to go to Chicago. We agreed to go to New York and then back to Chicago. Right? We agreed to go to New York. Then we agreed to go back to Chicago. This is on a Sunday. And Daboski went all the way around the bus. 312 was on the bus. Then Trevin, K-Baby, Samaya, T-Baby, Melinda was on that bus. It was a y'all roundabout know. Darlene April was on that bus. We all agreed to go to New York. Well, when the next day we go in and we basically talk about it was either that following Monday or that following Tuesday. Me, Daboski, and Tyson all did a live stream on my channel. And we all came out with our New York hats on saying we was going to New York. Well, we agreed to go to New York. We say we going to New York. And then we don't go to New York. Why is that? That's weird. So anyway, we agree on all this. We say we're going to do all of this, and then we do something. And then next thing I know, I'm riding home from work, 3 a.m. I guess if we did the live stream that Tuesday, it must have been that Thursday that Daboski say, well, I'm doing another rally in 2 weeks in Chicago. Well, I feel some type of way about that because we all just agreed to go to New York. And everybody agreed in unison to go to New York. But then he goes back to Chicago. And to me, it was just very inconsiderate considering that you had Oh So Lovely, Samaya, Girly Girl. It must have been about 10 people who were from New York. I'm from St. Louis. You had Texas Black Diamond drive up from Texas or what have you. I think she in Houston, but she drove 17 hours up there. You had Dr. Rogers coming in from South Carolina at that time. You had Sandra Dominique coming in from some part of Texas. You had everybody coming up there from all over the country. Even Tyson was coming up from Houston. And so then you only live 40 minutes outside of the city, and you saying, well, let's do this in 2 weeks. Well, bro, if y'all could have did this with all Chicago people, why the fuck did y'all do it in all of this time? So you did not show no consideration for nobody else. And then not only did he say we was going to New York, but then we plan on going there Labor Day weekend in order to give people that extra day off. But we're in the middle of the corona pandemic. People's money is fucked up. People stop getting unemployment checks because them unemployment checks was some good money for a minute. He just stopped doing all of this shit. You stop doing all of this shit or what have you. So he didn't take any of that shit into consideration. My father taught me as a man, your word is your bond, and you don't break that shit. So when I got on the horn, I said, okay, I'm going to Chicago. I'm going to New York. That's just what I did. I went to New York or what have you. Then he started doing all of this shit. And so I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Fuck it. Whatever. I said that's some whole ass shit or what have you. And then I called some folks. And like I say, I ain't gonna say who I called. But I told them, like, yo, you told me to do this shit, bro. And you told me to do this. And I told you that this nigga was going to act like this after this shit. I was very highly upset because I got caught up in the okie doke. So once all this shit goes down, then they say, okay, we're going back to Chicago. Which, okay, cool. You know, I ain't feeling Dubosky or whatever, but I'm not going to talk about this shit openly or what have you. I'll talk about this shit behind the scenes, but I just let the people think what the fuck the people going to think. All right, so cool. So anywho, you know, I'm like, all right, cool. But when I start seeing deliberate things being put in place to sabotage the New York rally, I said, fuck it, man. I still wasn't caring or whatever. But if I would announce what time my live stream was, these bitch ass niggas would hop up on live or what have you. They would promote their shit, not mention mine or what have you. They would try to get everybody towards going to Chicago. So I said, man, fuck all of that shit. Around this time or what have you, I get back in touch with Marlena or what have you. I start back talking to her around this time or what have you. And this is around the time that I did the live stream called White Magic Returns. Well, when she came back or what have you, she had basically kind of told me what the deal was. And she told me that she had reached out to celebrities and that Julius Darrington who had promised that he was going to procure the funding to go and get Arthur Ayadala and Alan Dershowitz to get Rob out of prison. Well, Julius Darrington had sold a bill of goods that he couldn't really deliver on. So they took it to Keith, and Keith Calvert, Some Brother Love LLC, that's in the indictment, and also in those Don Russell charges as well, that they start getting hit up. And by the way, those people who was taking my credentials and shit, they were sent by Don Russell, but that's a whole nother story. He said they would start talking to Keith, and pretty much I had got cut all the way out of the loop because I was connected to the sisters, and the sisters weren't credible. And nobody who really know Rob think that they are the sisters. They think that they are just there just to get their comeuppance. Right? And furthermore, beyond that, and this is the part where some of y'all gonna drop off, but fuck it. We're gonna let the cat out the bag today. So Marlena tells me that that's what the deal is. Also, that there's a recording of Rob saying that they are not the sisters. Hey man, why did I vouch for them? Dubosky wants to know why I vouch for them. I vouch for them because Robert Sylvester Kelly, R. Kelly, called Terry from the MCC and told her to connect with those sisters. That's why I vouch for them, because it came from Robert, like I said, or what have you. Then there was a recording that said that they weren't the sisters. And Julius Darrington had this, and Nicole Blaine Becker had this. Julius had it, Nicole Blaine Becker had it. So I'm like, what? Huh? But when I really started thinking, when I really sat down and I crunched it in my head, then I said, it makes sense. You know? And then I said, well, I asked myself the question. I said, well, why would Rob say that tell Terry that they are his sisters, and then have a recording with Julius them, and Nicole has it saying that they ain't the sisters or what have you. And out of all of this or what have you, Marlena ain't gonna sit up in here and lie about this shit. So then that's when I realized that Marlena and myself were being used by people in the inner circle to do a bunch of their bidding and a bunch of their work. And so I'm like, why the fuck would they play all these games or what have you? And pretty much Arthur Aidala had the leverage and the juice to go to Ann Donnelly and get Rob out on bail. But you got to basically pay his retainer, and you paying the retainer because you should pay your lawyers and all of that. But not only did Julius say that, but Julius said that Rob had money, that he wasn't broke. Rob didn't need no money. And so I said, Rob don't need no money. So once we find that out, then I'm like, damn. Well, Rob don't need no money, and I've been out here. I'm the only dumbass pushing $1 for the $1 million initiative. Now I'm gonna talk about it. Fuck it. I'm the only one who pushing the $1 million initiative. Then I have defrauded the people. I have, went out here and I ain't did this shit because folks been up in here acting like they ain't have no money. And at that time, I realized that if R. Kelly reached out and told Terry one thing, told us to get in touch with the sisters, but then when you get in touch with Julius said that they ain't the sisters. I mean, even Auntie, I remember when you called and you told you said, and you told me that. And at that time, my head was too far up in the clouds to really listen to what you were saying. But I caught it when you were saying it to me, Auntie, on the slide or whatever. And you know the person who I'm talking to, you know who I'm talking to, and you know what I'm talking about. The person who I'm talking to, you know who I'm talking about. So what it was at that time, I say, well, if he's playing broke, but he has money, and Keith is controlling the money, but Keith said he ain't hiring no attorneys. He gonna get his attorney, he gonna get his own people. Then then this is who is it really far-fetched what these girls are saying about this man? If from my own experience, I have experienced myself going through all of this runaround and things that's supposed to be simple shit to get with an artist of the magnitude of R. Kelly, or answers that should be fairly simple or complicated. And so when you see like all of these people going over here and scamming and all of these shysters and swindlers, well, if you roll with Alexis, if you roll with Lily, if you roll with Keith, if you rolling with Don Russell, Will Eady, Rock, or any other people who you can verify and that you know are close or were close to R. Kelly, and the other security dude who now work for Kim Fox or what have you, depending on who your information came from, then that's the side that you're gonna take. Even if it's Lisa and Cassandra, you're gonna take a different person's side in the beef because everybody has a different way of expressing the beef, or they have a different version of events. Just period. Bobby. Okay, Bobby. Bobby, whatever the fuck his last name is. Him. But depending on who, you could have 10 different versions of the same story depending on who's telling it. Right? And Don Russell's scandalous, Keith is scandalous. Julius on down the list. All these motherfuckers are scandalous because ain't nobody went up in there and got him. And furthermore, Rob wrote for everybody. Ain't nobody came out and said, man, them hoes, like Rob ain't do that. He an outstanding person, or nobody said that. And y'all don't find that problematic. And so once I really sat down there and I really chopped it up and I really went through my mental Rolodex, when I went through my mental Rolodex and I really started to really unpack what had happened, I could no longer sit out here saying, well, R. Kelly is innocent, R. Kelly is innocent, R. Kelly is innocent, when you have Julius Darrington pretty much confessing, like, well, Rob ain't dumb at all. Rob just played dumb or whatever. He really smarter than you think or what have you. And the question was asked by the questioner, so he lies to people? Yeah. And then a light bulb just went off in my head of Azriel saying, Rob is lying to all of y'all. And so for me, as I said at the beginning of this, I had 15 years in a career prior to getting in this. High-level security clearances and all of that shit. Oh, and one more thing. Well, I'm going to finish that and then I'm going to get to that one more thing. I got high-level security clearances and all of that. I'm not finna risk that shit going to the door, walking across bridges, taking penitentiary chances and shit like that, going to jail, things that can affect my my livelihood for somebody if not live by, stop blocking me, apologize. I'm not apologizing to somebody for shit. That's your beef, dude. I ain't apologizing for a motherfucking thing. So anyway, block this shit again. So anyway, I got all of this shit that I done built up over a lifetime that I eat and I make my livelihood on. I'm not risking that shit to be head front and center in the R. Kelly shit, because I can't say in good faith and in good conscience things that I know to be 90% fact, that a lot of this shit that they are alleging, it has some material truth to it or what have you. Where there's smoke, there's by fire. Where there's smoke, there's a fire. That's the general rule of the law. Do I believe that R. Kelly did all of the shit that they saying that he did? No. But I do believe that there are elements in truth inside of all of this shit. Now, when I was made aware that there was a recording of R. Kelly saying that Lisa and Cassandra weren't the sisters, I called them. Where my mind's at? Mods, block this dude. Mons, block this dude when he come in the chat. But anyway, basically, when I found out that there was a recording saying this, I told them to refund all of that money that was in the kellysforjustice.org. This was months ago, or what have you. This was months ago. I told them what I was told as far as this recording existing. I said, I think that he's playing. I think that he's playing y'all. And I suggest y'all and Dorothy tell you or what have you. Dorothy tell you or what have you. I told them to refund that money into Kellys for Justice. And when I said refund the money into Kellys for Justice, then I was blocked. I was blocked. You know, I was blocked from their phones and shit. And you know, that shit don't really bother me or what have you that I was blocked. What bothers me is that, you know, I see I'll block this motherfucker again. Whatever, man. So anyway, I told them to do all of that shit, man. They I don't know if it's been done or what have you, but the biggest thing to me is I said already that although I had problems with the genuine to knowing whether or not Sylvia and Randall were genuine, they did donate to my GoFundMe or whatever when my house burned down. And one of the things that I was taught by my father is, you know who your friends are when you are down and out. You know, the people who are real solid or whatever, the people who are the strongest people, they're gonna come to you when you down and out. So, you know, since they contributed and shit like that or whatever, it's not even really about the money thing, but it was about the fact that they had enough humanity to help somebody out who was down and out. And so I don't really have a gripe with either one of them anymore. However, when I see that that Lisa had aligned with Sylvia and Randall and it was a bunch of shit about Sylvia and Randall, I was given a bunch of grief about them, and then as soon as I step away, they go run up under them. You know, I had a problem. I had a problem with that because, you know, I don't like fake shit. When I called Dubowski out and I said he's a bitch ass nigga, Larry and Dana and Sidbo, they called me the next day, you know, wanting me to join whatever the Team Truth thing or whatever side they was on, and it was you know, ways to get the cash apps and all of that shit. Mr. Enterprise, my house burned down. I'm a boss, a goofy gopher. Dude. All right. Now, nigga, we really gonna have to talk. We really gonna have to talk. Let me address the rest of this shit that I gotta say, and then I'm gonna get right on this play gangster ass nigga. Cause I tried to ignore it, but let's go ahead and serve it all the way up. All right. I don't have a problem with any of them or what have you, but I do have a problem with the way that things are carried out or whatever. And so I stepped away from the R. Kelly shit because it was too unpredictable. Things that should be simple answers, simple questions that you should be able to get, you can't get them. And furthermore, as somebody who was reading the case and shit like that from day to day, from point to point, from time to time, After a while, you can excuse one thing or two things, but you can't excuse all things. And it got into a thing to where we excusing everything that R. Kelly did. And if we are excusing 40 things, there is guilt there. I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. It's guilt there. And y'all never subscribe to my channel. My subscribership didn't grow because I was sitting up in here lying to y'all. Y'all subscribe to me and y'all tune into me because I'm going to give you honesty and I'm going to give you truth. And the true way that I feel at this time is that he's not innocent or what have you. Now, on the level of guilt or what have you, if you want to talk about that, I'll be glad to talk about that with you. But I do think that the females are lying, but I don't think that Rob is innocent when you look at his inner circle, when you look at the people that he kept around him and the action of those people or what have you. Birds of a feather flock together. Period. Birds of a feather flock together. If you see me with a raggedy ass woman, then something about me is raggedy because this is what I attracted to me. Raggedy can't hang out raggedy has no place to go to in the midst of wholesomeness, in the midst of righteousness. Raggedy has no place. Now, for this guy right here, let me go ahead and give y'all what y'all want. Again, Deboski, you done made 4 different motherfucking screen names coming over here to my page. I told you, you a coward, nigga. I'm not a play boss. I'm not a play boss. I pulled up to your city, nigga. I pulled up to your city. The way that these motherfuckers running and aiming at you, nigga, come on, man. Can I pop my shit for a minute? I gave these niggas the angle to hit your ass at. Period. You talk all this gangster shit, all this mob shit, nigga. I done been up there. I done been around you. I done been in your presence, nigga. I ain't feel shook. It's a certain feeling you get when a gangster's in the room, nigga, and you don't give it to me. Period. Can I pop my shit? Nigga, well, let's go point for point, bitch for bitch, brick for brick. You ain't none of that, nigga. You talking about you was hanging out, going state to state, making crack sales, nigga. You ain't no gangster, nigga. You ain't no gangster. You press white boys out in Bolingbrook, nigga. You not a gangster till you do gangster shit to gangsters, nigga. That's it, bro. You can't, if you've been out in Bolingbrook since 01, it's 2021, you 37 years old, my nigga, you been out here since you was 17. No, I'm getting right off into that shit. You raggedy ass nigga. What type of nigga sit up in here, drag a little Gail out, bro, and start popping shit like you the man? Bro, where is your bitches that's your own age? Where are your hoes that's your own age, man? You unsophisticated ass nigga. How you bring a bitch out? The bitch ain't got no shoes, ain't got no clothes, ain't got no bags. You ain't gave the bitch a skin treatment. You ain't went and took the bitch to go get her hair crimped, go get her hair done. Ain't bought the bitch a flat iron. Ain't bought the bitch no clothes. Ain't took her out to go spend no money on her. Come on, man. Y'all supposed to be players. I thought you was a Chicago player, a Chicago pimp. You know, nigga, I thought you was flipping and tossing and bossing hoes, but you sitting up in here lying to bitches. What type of man lie to bitches or what have you? My girl will tell you what type of nigga I am. Dorothy will tell you what type of nigga I am. Because when you a man, you ain't got to lie. You don't have to lie when you a motherfucking man, nigga. You just tell your bitch this is what it is. You see, the problem of it is nigga, you get jealous when you're supposed to step to a nigga who got more game than you and figure out what he doing. But you don't do that. You got to sit up in here and bully your bitches into doing what you want them to do But nigga, that's guerrilla pimping. Guerrilla pimping never really worked that long because if you try to rule a bitch by force, that bitch is gonna drop off. The bitch is gonna drop off. If you try to rule a bitch by force, the bitch is gonna drop off, man. Go and get your bitch a skin treatment. Take that bitch to the massage parlor, nigga. Go and buy that bitch a pair of shoes. Go and get her nails and cuticles done. Take the bitch to the dentist or whatever. Boss your bitch up, nigga. And stop fucking with these extraterrestrial looking hoes, man. Get you some fuckable bitches, man. Get you some bitches that you get you a product that you can stand behind if you out here pimping and shit, man. But anyway, what do you think Robert is guilty of from your experience? What do I think that he's guilty of? Well, I think that he's guilty of fucking Aaliyah. I know. I think that, well, he's guilty of a lot of shit. If you look at that RICO case, the RICO case comes in with like tax evasions, money not being paid. He got outstanding debts. He got bank fraud that's going on in these cases. So it's a lot of shit that he's guilty of. Fucking underage women. I mean, it's a lot of shit that he's guilty of, or what have you. So I mean, what are you asking specifically, or what have you? What are y'all at? Break what down? Break what down? Do somebody have a poignant question? Like do somebody have does somebody have a question? Let me get my number out here. 314-682-4497. I think that he gave that bitch herpes. I think that he probably gave that bitch herpes because and the reason why I come out say that is because when you look at these motions, right, that go in, he has a herpes allegations, but what his lawyers never come out and say is he didn't give that bitch herpes. As a matter of fact, what his lawyer said is even if he gave her herpes, how can you that's still reckless endangerment. So I mean, really look at the angles that his lawyers is taking. Man, who blocked 312? Just tell 312 to come in on one of the other pages that she blocked. I mean, they can only block you from one. They can only block you from one account. Somebody just sent her one of the other accounts. He said that people weren't using his social security number. Isn't that against the law? Well, the problem with that comes in is that did you file a police report for stolen identity? And how did they get how did they get your social security information? Yeah, what chat is she in? What chat is she in? I didn't block her for sure. Not over. Listen, just tell her get a different account. Tell her use one of her burner accounts and come back in. I mean, or you know, if she tell her she could call in, why is Trent being harassed? I mean, it is what it is, man. You know, it don't really bother me. It don't bother me. Hold on. I know for a fact he did. Some of the tax stuff is about other people's doing. Hold on. These accountants seem to hold the keys. Do you think? I think that was R. Kelly on one of those tapes, but I don't think that the bitch was underage though. That tape that where the dude pissed on the bitch, that's R. Kelly. Man. I don't give a fuck nobody saying that's R. Kelly. Fuck that. I said that shit. That's R. Kelly. And I wish that I still had the foot. It might be on that computer right there. I don't know. I probably erased it or whatever. But that's R. Kelly on that motherfucking sex tape. That pissed on the bitch. Now them other tapes, no. No, fuck no. That's somebody else. But pissing on that bitch, that's raw. With the research and knowledge you gained since you last covered the story, do you mind bringing us up to date with what you discovered? Unique thoughts. You gotta ask that a different way. Like, what are you asking exactly? This is why people need to take the necessary steps to learn business and watch. I respect you, Chairman. Fuck it. Yeah. Fuck it. Since it's an ongoing case, you shouldn't say an ongoing case, Phoenix Rising. Everything that I'm saying, the government already knows. Like, you don't, if the government is to the point where they have frozen your accounts, fuck, I ain't gotta say this shit. The people in his camp saying this shit. Do you see? I mean, he told everything to Azriel. Azriel that went in there and told this shit. Trans man harass. Let them harass me. Let them. I mean, come on, man. Let them haters go, man. Let these folks say what they want to say. All right, let the haters in. I don't give a fuck. It may not be. No, that girl that he pissed on. That bitch wasn't underage. She looked like she was about 19. She was about 18 or 19. Well, she probably about 19 or 20. You a joke, and it was somebody you a joke. Boy, stop. Stop. Your number is busy. Okay. Hold on. They say that this number is busy. Shit. See that Google Voice number. Or y'all calling the number that's on the screen right here. Let me take this shit out the chat. If that number is busy, then you can call the 0. Let me change the banner, whatever. Let me change it up a little bit. Okay. All right. 268 T 3495. Okay. All right, cool. So did y'all call that? The financial stuff needs to be investigated. At this point, if they were interested in investigating his stuff, it would have already been done. And the problem is that the YouTube community, who call themselves the Loyal and the Diehards, wasted so much time in the Dollar for the King stuff that this coronavirus shit, This was supposed to be a layup, slam dunk to get him out of jail, and it has not, panned out that way. Okay, so somebody just called. Let me call somebody back. Okay, whoever this is who's calling, 773. Okay. So let's call this person back. Yo, this is Trent. I'm giving you a call back.
Right. I was wondering, right, if you feel R. Kelly fuck with a minor, why would you walk through the streets for him as a man?
Man, hey, DeBoski. You just heard me just sit up in here. Hey, man, we not doing whole shit tonight, nigga. I just explained, bro, man, ain't nobody finna talk to your weak ass, dude. Anyway, next person. Hey, Trent, you go watch Last Night old movie with her and her husband, Hank, man. Can you go watch Last Night old movie with her and her husband, Hank, man? What about the movie? What am I watching it to see? Can you bring commentary to the facts like you did tonight? Because as supporters, we don't know everything about the truth. What specifically are y'all wanting to what specifically are y'all wanting to talk about? Let me see here. What specifically do y'all want to talk about? Let me see. Because y'all should be able to get through. What am I 312? You gotta let me know, send me a message or something, telling me what I'm watching it to what I'm supposed to keep my eye out for. In the dictionary, you can give specifics. You're a joke. His life and how to this day RSK suffered through it. Let me see here. Let's see here. Let me see here.
Call. Please try again.
Okay. 773 and 2 773. Let's see. 236 2106. All right. Here, I'm calling you back. Okay, 281. I'm gonna call y'all too. Okay. Send that to me. Send that to me on Facebook or something. I'll check it. Hey, what's going on, Sky Life? This is Trent. I'm giving you a call.
Hey.
I
wanted to ask you some questions. How's everything going?
Mm-hmm. How are things going? Everything's going well.
Okay. I was just hearing what you were saying about the part with Kells not being innocent. I was just curious about some of your thoughts, especially with the herpes. Let me ask you a question about that. So, if you think that Kells has, let's say he does have the virus, do you think that if he told them that he had the virus, that they would not have sex with him?
Well, that's not the issue at hand. I mean, I really can't, I can't say because I don't know the women. You know what I mean? I can't give you an honest answer about that. You know what I mean? Because I don't know those women. they appear to be loose and they appear to be down or straight with the stroke. So I believe that that's what it was. I believe that Faith and other chicks, I believe that they might have had herpes before they got to him. A hoe don't just wake up one day and become a hoe. A hoe is a hoe by the time they get to you. That's the reason that they got to you, because they was hoes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But I was just curious because you was like, I think that he gave them the herpes. Because in my thought, even if he did, and my thought, if he said to them, just seeing what type of women they are, I truly believe if he said to them, I got herpes, I think they still would have had sex with him if he had sex with him. You see what I'm saying? Right.
Well, I personally think that, I think that they all was going. I do think that they all was going. I think that they were straight for the stroke. And like I say, a bunch of them, some of them hoes showed up with herpes. Like I say, I think that when it comes down to the girls aren't credible. But do I think that he was on the up and up when dealing with them? No, his actions don't lead me to say that he didn't probably abuse his celebrity when dealing with them. They were cool with it, and since the government is finding a creative way to take and make it a crime, then the government will be able to make it stick in some type of way. But like I say, when you really research into the case, the merits of the case, then you look at all of the specific motions, right? And I haven't read the motions in 4 months. 4 months. But when you read the motions, just go back and go on Pacer and pick up all of the motions, right? And notice what arguments are raised, and then go back and juxtapose that and say that, well, did his lawyer argue against the points that were made? Did his lawyers argue against those points or what have you? If his lawyers didn't argue against those points, then you see that there's some version of guilt there, because as a lawyer, I'm trying to strike as many cases from the docket as possible. So if I got a 29 count indictment, then I want to bring proof. I want to bring proof that basically say that that my client is innocent. He's 100% innocent, and that's it. I'm not trying to fool around with a 29 count indictment. No, I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to come in. I'm trying to say, no, Rob didn't do that. That is vehemently false, and we don't agree with these indictments. This is what that's just it, or what have you. When you look at the fact that his lawyers don't really argue against anything, then that tells you a whole lot, or what have you. And I'm assuming that they talked to him some before COVID happened. You got to remember, he got locked up in July. I mean, Corona took place about March 16th or something like that. March 16th, March 17th. The world shut down from Corona. So from July to March, that was 9 months. In that 9 months, you mean to tell me, or that was 8 months or whatever, my count might be off, but I think it's 8 months. You mean to tell me in that 8 months that he was locked up, they didn't come and get the basic facts of the story from him? I find that hard to believe. And so when you look at what they're not arguing against, then that will tell you where the guilt is.
It seems to me during that time that they were trying to get him a bond, and I'm hoping that during the actual trial that then they will try and do, like you say, start knocking some things off the docket. So let me ask you this question. When you talk about manipulation, because a lot of them say that as well. When you talk about manipulation and him being a celebrity, is it his fault? I mean, because let's keep it real. That's what you guys do. Men manipulate. You're gonna manipulate the situation to get what you want, where you know, whatever it is. Okay, that's what y'all do. So,
No. I can't let you have. I can't let you have. I can't let you have that one, because when your shit is together, you don't have to manipulate a woman. A woman is gonna willingly do what she chooses to do in order to fuck with you. You know, period.
Kind of.
No. I mean that's just
everything is a sense of manipulation. Whether you take me out to dinner and you buy me a ring, you setting it up for whatever you want it to be.
Those are simple acts of courting. We're talking about to the extreme or what have you, to where, all right, how did Geronda get to the house? How did Geronda get in the bed to take a picture? How did Azriel get here at 15 years old? How did Azriel know the keys and all of this shit? How did?
But see, that's the thing. From my end, I see it as that's poor parenting, because you have to instill in your child that you shouldn't be moved by nobody's money, nobody's celebrity, nobody's anything.
But you see, I want you to see what you just did.
Though. Because he's a celebrity, how do we blame him?
I want you to see what you just did. You said that, in my opinion, that's poor parenting. So you excuse the crime that took place, and then you said, well, it's poor parenting. But the issue on hand is a 15-year-old, a woman who was less than 18 years old was fucked by somebody who was more than 5 years older than them.
And I don't believe in the age consent. I don't have any respect for that.
But your belief and your morals, if they are not in alignment with the U.S. federal code, then that's what the problem is. That's what the issue at hand is.
I mean, I know what it is legally, but I'm saying personally, I don't believe that you could tell me a 17-year-old does not know right from wrong and does not know who they do and don't want to have sex with. You understand what I'm saying? Legally, that could be the case, but common sense wise and in real life.
Well. I mean, if we getting down into what the indictment says, is the indictment says that they were down to do lewd sexual acts, and just like how you do everything on all men, I'm gonna throw something on all women. Or what have you, or women that I've had the experience of dealing with. Women will fuck a guy willingly and then want to go back and unfuck this guy who they willingly gave some pussy to. And this happens all the time. This is a normal occurrence. And she may have had a threesome, or she may have gave him some booty hole. You know what I mean? And so they when they go back or whatever, a chick cannot be a lesbian and will eat some pussy because a man is into that, and she wants to keep the man, you know. And so I mean, you know, me as a man, you know, like I say, if I tell a woman like, yo, this is what I'm into or what have you, and you know, hey, if you're not into this, then all right, I'm gonna have to keep moving around until I find somebody who fulfills my sexual appetite. I have said that to a woman before, and she wanted to hang on to me, and she did my fetish that I was into.
That's what I'm saying. So if you can't really say that's manipulation, because if they want to mess with you, and if they wouldn't, because they figure it's something that you have, whether it's your celebrity, your money, or just, you know, maybe your sex, who knows? How can that be put on the man? And I don't really see how you're saying manipulation is a crime, but if they going.
I said that it's not in alignment with the U.S. federal code, Title 18, 3351, and 3348. You know, I mean, again, like when you have to tell me legally in a court of law, you have to tell me legally why what you did was not a crime.
Mm-hmm.
And if you fail to tell me why what happened legally was not a crime, then you are guilty.
So if he says I had no clue that these women was underage, they showed their IDs to be a certain age, but when I asked them to show the ID, they didn't inform me and they didn't tell me the information. So that he really had criminal intent, if that's his stance legally, in your opinion?
Well, if that's what he said, then if that's what his argument is, then that's what his argument is. But from the motions that have been filed this far or thus far, none of those arguments have been raised.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. As far as the indictment goes, I mean, we can clearly see that they stacking the deck because they want something to stick. Because you go from everywhere from tax evasion to tax issues to I should say, having sex with an underage girl and then digging up Aaliyah and bringing her up. So they run the gamut. But we already see what they're trying to do. Take them down.
Well, again, you have to. It's certain processes that you have to go through to prove that it was a crime, and then you have to show a pattern of events. And so, in '94, we have Aaliyah. In '96, we got another girl. In '98, we got Lisa Van Allen and Beverly. In 2000, we got a new bitch. In 2002, it's a new bitch, and so on and so forth up to 2010. Then again in 2015 with Azriel and Joycelyn. So yeah.
Yeah, but Joyce was not even. They try and throw her in as a throw-in, but we all know based on the argument that everybody is going with the legal argument, she was of age. So I don't even see why she was ever even brought up. That was just a throw-in.
Well, again, you have all these different things or whatever. All of this shit could have been avoided by dating age-appropriate women. And the optics of the situation aren't apropos with what he's supposed to be. Like, if you date a chick that's 16 and you're 21, it looks normal. Well, if your desire is to date a chick that's 17, 18, as you grow older and you grow into your late 40s and 50s, that shit just look creepy. It don't look right anymore. And that raises suspicion.
We can't say that because that's people's personal opinion.
Well, I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you.
Age gap thing either.
I'm just telling you. If I walk in court, I would rather look guilty with a good ass attorney than look innocent with a fucking public defender. Okay, and so I say all of that shit to say that Rob looks guilty, and the situation was mishandled.
Just being stuff an indictment or what?
Well, number one, you go on Gayle King, you blow up on Gayle King. That's number one. Number two, everything. No. We not waiting because you asked me a question and then I give you an answer. You want to cut me off?
You say they're not trying to send this man to Great America. They're trying to get him 100 years in jail. You can't expect him to do nothing else but show his pure emotions. I mean.
Oh, okay. All right. So let me ask you a question. Let me ask a question because I mean this is turning into an argument. I ain't trying to have an argument. I'm just telling you because this is like the problem with like the YouTube world is it's an excuse kind of for everything. Did R. Kelly choose to take the interview with Gayle King? Yes or no?
Yes, he did.
Do you think that he was paid to take the interview with Gayle King? Yes or no?
Paid?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you think that he could have walked out of the interview at any time? Yes or no?
Yeah, he could have walked out at any time. Yeah.
But he still chose to sit down there at that time? Did he sit down with his attorney?
In my mind, and that's what a lot of celebrities do. Like, when you try and get a big time celebrity and say, hey, come on my page to do an interview, they look like, you got 2 subscribers. Why am I going to come on there? He knows that if he gets on Gayle King and makes a good stance, then that's going to get his information out to millions of people. So that's why he even probably chose to do that platform, because that's what people do. They're trying to get the likes and the views.
No, he was pushed to go on Gayle King by his attorney's crisis manager, Daryl Johnson, who was friends with Gayle King, in order to get Azriel Clary and Joycelyn Savage on tape saying that R. Kelly didn't force them to do anything on national television while they still thought that they was in love, because he knew that they were gonna fold. And I got that from a source who would know.
Mm-hmm. That sounds right. I could agree with something like that. I mean, that sounds believable. But yeah. I'm just saying, the difference of the team with me and you was just that instance is just, I feel that was some pure emotion. I don't think
but
every
again,
time a black man shows some type of emotion or anything that they feel is aggressive, him standing up, they just assume because he's a black man, so that's gonna be seen as aggressive. So if he's pumping his chest, that's a natural reaction. He crying because these people, like, he already sees the jail bars coming. Trust me, he feels it then. So I just feel like that was his natural emotion. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to, I don't think we ever talked before, but do that. I just like to have a good health debate.
No, I mean, it's really not really up for debate, because he has 29 indictments. None of these, he got 29 counts in a federal indictment. None of these counts have been, none of these counts have been struck. They have gone up several times. They have gone through the adjudication and the appellate court, or what have you. All of these motions, and they were struck down by the appellate court and by the circuit court.
Mm-hmm.
And so that means that 2 sets of lawyers. And so it's the same thing to where if you got a family member who, and everybody got a family member like this in the black community, or somebody who swear everybody hating on them. And it's like, bro, if everybody hating on you, don't you just think that you a hateable person? And it's just like with R. Kelly, okay, we get past Ed Donnelly, we get past the prosecutors, it went to the appeals court. Why did it not win on appeals? Because they found factual merit to substantiate the claims that was made by the prosecution. So either A, you need better lawyers, or B, there's merit to what they saying that's substantiated by the facts.
This is my thing, and just knowing how Chicago is, they want Kells locked up, okay?
But this is not a federal indictment. This is not a this is not a local indictment. This is a federal indictment.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's still state charges, though.
No, there are state charges, yes, but these are federal charges.
Right, but my thing is this. When you have public enemy number one, okay, and the thing that, just like when we were talking, he's fighting a battle of, first of all, we don't like you because you're a black man, you're rich, and you come from poverty. Then he's fighting a battle of, I believe that you do sleep with underage girls. And then some people in real life, and I'm one of those people, I don't believe in an 18-year-old dating a 53-year-old. I don't believe in the age gap.
Skylight. Let me. Skylight. Okay. If you just killed somebody, would you go home, take a shower, and I'm sorry, would you go home and walk? Well, I'm sorry, would you leave the scene of the crime that you killed somebody at and walk around with blood all on you? Why? Because you want to get away, right?
Right.
Okay. So when you hear it coming down the pike that you about to get charges for dating underage bitches, would you have two young hoes around you when the feds come down with these charges?
I understand what you're saying, and I would not. But we have to also understand that Kels is not necessarily. I believe that there's some mental health issues, okay? And the fact that
who is Kels? M8 096 2735.
You said what?
I say, who is Kels? You talking about M8 09627-035?
If that's his number, I guess so.
That's who you talk. It ain't no more Kels. It ain't no more R. Kelly. It's M8 number 09627-035. That's who. That's
right. But we see that he has poor judgment. We see that.
But okay, so
I wouldn't have no young girls around me, and the hounds are coming. I wouldn't.
Okay, and so if you already got away with it, why would you go back and do the same shit?
You have mental health problems. That's what I'm saying, Trent.
Right. So if my bitch catch me creeping with this bitch in one hotel, am I gonna go back to that same hotel so she can catch me creeping again? No. Bitch, you gonna have to meet me over on the other side of town. I ain't gonna quit fucking you, bitch, but I'm gonna go to a different hotel.
Yeah. But see, me and you, Trent, we understand that, but I truly believe that there's something wrong, because even with the people who we chose to be around them, there's something wrong, you know. But I'm not gonna say that people try to do it. But I'll come back on if you another time, so and chop it up.
Okay.
But have a great night.
You too.
We'll talk again.
Okay. All right. I mean, listen, man, y'all can be mad at me, but look at that inner circle shit. If you pay attention to the way that his inner circle move, you would think this nigga's guilty too. Shit.
Oh, please try again.
Man, shit. Answer the phone, Tori.
Hello, this is Anita. I'm sorry I missed your call.
Oh shit. I called the wrong person, Tori Love. Hold on. All right, let me see. Hopefully this call Tori Love.
Hello?
Yeah, this Tori.
Yes.
Hey, sorry about your daughter or whatever. I heard about that. But go ahead.
Thank you. Trent.
Uh-huh.
I'm really I don't like what I'm hearing. Okay, this is my question. No disrespect. I'm just gonna go straight. I'm a straight shooter. You know how I'm.
You don't gotta dress it up. Go straight for the jugular.
Okay, look. Why all of a sudden the change in narrative? Because I feel like
This ain't all of a sudden. I've been saying this for the past 4 months, 4 or 5 months. Nobody been listening.
No, I listen to you, but at the same token, I've also listened to you spend hours dissecting this man's case. Despite of whatever you heard or found out behind the scenes, I'm looking at the things that were put out. Okay. Then on top of that, it's like now all of a sudden, you with this thing with Azriel, like Azriel's just like a saint, and we all know she's not, and we all know the father. Those people are manipulators. So
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about Azriel's guilt or innocence.
15 years old.
I didn't say anything about guilt or innocence. I said that I believe that there's some guilt. I didn't say anything about Azriel's.
When you say guilt as far as in what? Sleeping underage women? Guilt as
far as there are outstanding indictments. There are outstanding allegations in these indictments that are never directly addressed. They are never responded to. When you pay attention to if you are around the inner circle and you pay attention to the way that they move, they're covering something up. The part of it is you pay attention to the attorneys and what the government says, what the judge says, that the attorneys never address directly on phone calls and in writing. Also, you just use common sense. You look at the situation and you say, okay, there's a reason why come they're taking these angles. There's a reason why come they never really strike anything down. They don't really argue. No, that's not true. They're saying, okay, but do you have to give even though it's true, do you have to give the worst attachment to it, the most crude attachment to it, such as the herpes allegation, such as the Aaliyah thing. I think that the white slavery shit, that white peonage and slavery, the Mann Act, I believe that shit is bullshit. But the Aaliyah thing is true, and that has been confirmed. And also, like I say, that herpes thing, they never really struck that thing down, or what have you. So those two things on their basis, we have to talk about. But also, when you, like I say, you look at the finances of things or what have you, we know that you would do tours, you do shows or what have you, get paid in cash, and then you don't pay the taxes on it, and then you have all of these businesses that were started up, and all of these tax issues, all these financial issues that have taken place or what have you. So in those areas, when you look at the Eastern District of New York case, that's a money case. That's all about money.
Okay.
So
well, look,
yeah.
First of all, why did you say that? Well, didn't you say he needed new counsel? And then the Aaliyah situation. He didn't sleep with Aaliyah.
Well, we got to handle one thing. We got to handle
on this case.
Huh?
Just like I did my research, but in the business, he didn't have nothing to do with the business.
What research did you do? What research did you do?
The Aaliyah.
Right.
He was speaking with the mother, not her.
Okay. How did you confirm this? Did you talk to Ms. Halton?
You don't have to. Come on, Trent. Come on.
I mean, I'm just saying. Did you? I'm asking. I'm saying. How you saying?
Just like that's the same as you saying that he slept with this girl. How
can you slept with what girl?
Where are your facts at?
An eyewitness account or what have you from somebody who you can confirm. No, like I mean, shit, like that's
John Doe.
Huh?
Who shot? You cannot go on who shot John Doe. You can't go on that.
Okay, so if you go on an interview with D-Boys in the 90s, a girl open up your hand and just start playing in your palm and shit, smiling and snickering and shit, you fuck that bitch, man. It's that simple. Like, I mean, come on. This shit is hello?
Trent.
Hello?
I'm not gonna
Listen, Tory Love. Tory Love. It's certain shit that I know that I will talk about, and it's certain shit that I won't talk about, or what have you. So I have been today. I done gave y'all about 96% honesty. That 4% I'm gonna hold on to, or what have you.
Okay,
but
some of the stuff you spoke about, I've also spoken to certain people that has had encounters with this man as well.
Mm-hmm.
This is why, even though on my own research, what I've looked into myself, this is from years ago about the legal situation. Now, and I'm gonna reverse it back up to now. Even with the part where you keep speaking about Azriel, let me tell you something. When it comes to Azriel and anything to do with Larry and them, that's all Bufale. The people all crooks. And there is no way in heaven and hell that nothing is going to make me believe that he slept with this girl and she was underage.
Well, then you just answered your own question. You said that it's nothing that can make you believe that he slept with the girl and she was underage. And so if you saying that nothing will make you believe, if you saying hold on. If you saying that nothing will make you believe that he slept with her and she was underage, then it ain't really no purpose of like trying to defend your point. Because you're not gonna believe regardless of what's said. Right?
Say that again.
I said if you saying that nothing will make you believe that he slept with the girl underage, then there's no purpose of like trying to defend your point because nothing will make you believe. Like you are incapable of being convinced. So there's nothing that I can say that can change your opinion.
Okay. First of all, let me run it to you like this. When you say it's people in his camp moving funny, now we're gonna talk street shit.
No, we're gonna talk straight up and down.
Now listen to me. When you say it's people in his camp moving funny from the way you looked at it, right? Okay, we talking about Dunn, we talking about Keith, and all.
No, hold on. Don't say the way I looked at it because all of these niggas, the first two niggas you named are inside in federal indictments.
Right.
So that's the way that the government looked at it.
This is what you just said, though.
This is the way that the government looked at it. This is what I'm telling you.
Listen, Trent. Don Allen is in the indictment. Keith is in the indictment. Okay. So they're in the indictment.
Uh-huh.
And if anybody feels like they've done some shady business from the way, I'm just going to go ahead and say it, the way Dana put it out there. Okay, so if there was some shady business going on with Don Allen, what you going to do with Don, and you was in his shoes, you going to see why cover your ass. Mm-hmm. You understand what I'm saying? Now, I just heard what you said from A to Z. And you say these people moving funny. Okay, if none of the business is in, okay, and when it goes to the business, and you're saying, and other people as well saying this man couldn't read or write, can he give the green light on anything that's going on business-wise when he, one, didn't even have a clue of what he had in his own bank account? He didn't know what was going on as far as his business because he didn't handle it.
That can't read or write shit is an excuse. He can read and can write. Mm. And this has been confirmed. This has been confirmed. Okay. This has been confirmed. I mean, are we really gonna go with the he can't read and write and he done sent letters to everybody? That's a game that he played.
Okay, but then at the end of the day, and as far as ads, Did her mom and her daddy tell her to say that she was 18 when he asked her how old she was?
That comes down to a court issue of he said versus she said. It's called hearsay.
You damn right. So it goes right back to what you said, what somebody else said about him. That's who shot John Doe. So you cannot go on what the middleman said.
So out of 29 counts, out of 29 counts of indictments in four jurisdictions, you don't think that he's gonna be found guilty anywhere?
I'm gonna tell you what this man is guilty of. He's guilty of being a womanizer. He's guilty of liking beautiful women, petite women, and young-looking women. But I personally, from the things what this man has been through in life and my own experiences, I don't think that this man would mess with nobody underage. One, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because when the question was shot at him about on Gayle King on national television, what if it was his daughter, one of his kids, right? Anybody that has been through any type of abuse in life is going to always be a traumatizing situation as a kid growing up. So with that being said, the way that man's demeanor changed.
So do you think that Azriel ever met Drea?
Let me tell you something.
No. I just need you to answer the question.
Yes.
Okay, I don't.
I do. I think all of them are in it together.
Okay. If they all are in it together, how did they pull?
When you listen to the father talk, let me tell you, because I done listened to all of this, and I done went back several times to listen to it. When you listen to the daddy talk, even when he talked and slipped up and said on DJ's Live, he pretty much told on himself, him and Dana both. And when you sit back and you look at the play, there go your connection right there. Not
So
just him, it was all of them.
So I'm gonna tell you something, right? All right, when you doing detective work, when you tracking something down, the simplest thing normally is right. Angelo don't have the fucking education level to pull off a big, elaborate hoax and scam like people were saying. It's very simple shit or what have you. Now, with Drea, that bitch is hustling. But when Drea say that R. Kelly and Robert are two totally different people, and it's two sides to it, yes, or what have you. But I mean, at this point, Tori, I'm not gonna go back and forth about this. You know, I know what I know based off of what I know. And I'm not trying to really, get into a back and forth about what I believe and all that.
You know how I'm just be honest. You know how we say it is hard. We straight shooters. So this is why I'm asking you this. And not just on top of that, the man was diagnosed with dyslexia.
Was he diagnosed? Where's the diagnosis? What doctor diagnosed him, and why is that not in the evidence to the case? What's the case?
And in the indictment, there are pictures with Drea.
Can anybody show me on the discovery exhibits where there is a doctor's certification saying that he's dyslexic? You will not find it. You will not find it.
Trent.
He was not diagnosed.
Come on, Trent. Come on.
What?
Come on, Trent. I'm gonna be straight up. You cannot bullshit the Trent. Come on now, like, come on. You just been.
I've been straight. Listen. You right. I can't bullshit it. I am ripping your image of what you think this man is away from you, and you're in denial.
Because I've done my own research, and the man was diagnosed with dyslexia as a child.
By what doctor? Why is that not in it? Why is that not in the discovery exhibit?
You can get diagnosed through Trent.
Why is that not in the discovery exhibits? Why has his lawyers never taken that angle to say he's dyslexic? They say that he has trouble with reading and writing, but they never use the word dyslexic. That's a medical term.
It don't matter. It doesn't matter.
It do matter. It do matter. If you can't, if it's not, no, number one, you and me are not medical doctors. So we can't just go and diagnose somebody with something. Huh?
I work in education. I work with children like that. And did you or did you not read his educational records? When you done your research on him, did you read his full background?
I read everything. He was a high school dropout. So I mean, what are you when you say what education record? Speak on it. They didn't speak on it because they didn't want it to be leaked out. What to be leaked out? About him having dyslexia, and it's in his book, Trent. He said it in his book. Okay. Where is the, just because somebody say that they have something, that don't mean that it's a medical diagnosis. People say that they ADHD all the time because they like playing with their cell phone while the Netflix movie. Right there, Trent. When it comes to the medical term of a diagnosis, you have to be diagnosed by a doctor. It doesn't matter. It can be in the school as well. If people don't say that they AD, people don't say that they got attention deficit. People don't say that they have. The children are tested. All right. They're not tested by the teachers. I'm gonna respectfully agree to disagree with you on all of this stuff or whatever. You know, I respectfully agree to disagree on all of this. I mean, and I'm gonna tell you, when you speak on them queries, I haven't spoken on no queries. I don't Larry either. The people are lying. And everybody knows that. And whoever has done that research on it, they know that those people are lying. So when you speak on them, go on and speak facts and don't sugarcoat nothing with those people. I didn't mention. And no disrespect, have you I didn't mention Angelo. Everybody come in and change their narrative like that. They got slid some money somewhere. I didn't mention Angelo or Alice Clary not one time tonight. I only mentioned Azriel in context of saying that don't look right or what have you. With the Savages, I never really mentioned Tim or Jongelyn Savage. I only mentioned Joycelyn as it pertained to the pieces that's going on. Or what have you? You know, I reserve the right to change my opinion or whatever. I'm not going over the truth. Huh? Faith got herpes from somebody in Texas. We don't know. We don't. Well, number one, right now she's winning her case in New York State Court. She's winning the case in New York State Court. Yes, yes. If this man gets found guilty of all this mess because he got sorry ass attorneys, it's not putting up a fight for him. Well, I mean, I said that several months ago, what have you, but people were over on DJ's live listening to him call Dana Bozo and shit all day, saying I peep game. So I mean, like that's I mean, it is what it is, you know. And then on top of that, you got Larry admitting people. Larry admitted that they got people to lie for them. Tasha case, and it is a problem with the case. You got to look at this entire case. Like, it's been shady business going on with this man, the whole case out together. The prosecutors do not care what YouTube personalities are saying. YouTube has no bearing on this case. Even where YouTube could have been productive in raising money, we still failed to do that. So YouTube will not have any bearing on a federal case. You all have failed. It's
the problem comes into play when we, the fans and the supporters, see the shady business. So nobody wants to put their money into it. And the only one that I will agree with is the one that Spitfire and Papoose came up with, because nobody has control of that account.
Okay, I mean, but you do understand that we're on our 67th iteration of a defense fund, right?
Well, first of all, that the other defense funds was a scam. You put that out there just as well as DJ put that out there and Debosky put that out there, that it was all a scam. Everybody, people that had common sense like myself, figured that out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And the one with the $1 million,
Mm-hmm.
that wasn't sitting right with me either.
Okay, I mean, well, I mean, listen, we just can't. It's everybody is not gonna be on one accord or what have you. And the thing that we lack is organization or what have you. I sat back or what have you all together. You know, I never tried to. I was content with sitting on the sidelines and everything like that, because what I might feel is the best thing for the case is probably not what the YouTube community is going to agree with. But at the same time, yeah, I said things that I was saying back in June.
Some of the stuff you have said tonight is something that the Panther had said as well. And
if two people are saying it, then it's probably a merited truth.
Man, Trey, come on, it's a money grab with the Panther. Come on.
Yeah, he's hustling a game. He's hustling a game. He's hustling a game. Okay, all right. So it's a money grab.
They didn't know R. Kelly. They did no research on R. Kelly.
You are in denial. It's cool. It's in denial. It's cool. You're in denial. It's fine, man. It's fine.
I'm not in denial.
You are.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so the government just pulled the case out of their ass. That there was no factual basis for it.
The whole first case, they trying to charge this man from the first case, and now with a bunch of hurt hoes to go with it, and the other hurt hoes, the made up hurt hoes that Larry them found and sent in.
Okay, so
you got the parents mad, Angelo them mad because their daughter didn't make the cut. Well, why did he make the cut? Because they was with that bullshit behind the scenes. That's why she didn't make the cut. Jocelyn didn't make the cut because she can't sing.
Okay, but if that's the case, then fuck the bitch once or twice and then move on with your life. Why you move in with the bitch?
Why who moved in with who? He wasn't living with those girls.
Why did they?
Amber was the help. Amber was the help to start off with. She was a help.
Who was?
Azrael.
Oh, wow.
She came in as a help at first because he was messing with Dominique and Joy.
Okay. Okay. I got you.
Now the deal with him with Angelo. Angelo got mad because he didn't get what he wanted. The deal was $20,000. He sent that girl with 10.
Okay. I mean, I was in a lot. I know those points of the case. Toward I'm not really interested.
I didn't want the case.
Huh?
Homeland picked it up. Remember, Homeland Security picked it up. Why? That's because that's somebody Angelo knew, was in business with.
And so, then every woman got together and they basically have stories you know, being they basically had the same stories or what have you.
Trent, every last one of those women are with the same narrative.
Okay.
The same narrative.
Okay, and so let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and make this shit. Let me go ahead and make this. Let me go ahead and make this. Let me go ahead and make this clear. Hold on.
Talking to you.
Hold on. Number one is when you lie to when you tell one person something and then you tell another person something, something else, and then these two people had conflicting stories and they started fighting amongst themselves. That's a problem.
Trent.
When you have a 30-year...
When those women came out with their stories, listen to their stories now. Don't none of them match. Neither are they the same. And I have personally talked to a few of them offline. And it's not the same.
Yeah, okay. I got you. You win. You got any other questions that you need me to answer to her?
No, that's it. Thank you.
All right. Listen, folks. I'm really not trying to debate folks' opinions versus what I know from verified folks that have been in. Who is TY? Who is TY? What have you? Grown Little Boy OCOV 2021. Can you call in? Let me see here. I'm gonna see if I want to get one more good call or what have you, and then I'm gonna go ahead and go to sleep for the night. Call my girl and go to sleep. Listen, and listen, man, we got 164 people here. I'm not all of a sudden changing my opinion, and Miss Fat can speak to this. I have held this same stance for the last 4 to 5 months. Anybody who's close to me, anybody who has my personal phone number, when they could tell you had notes helping R. Kelly. Now you listen. Number one, let me go ahead and make something abundantly clear for folks. When you can start off wanting to do the right thing to help somebody, but when an overwhelming amount of evidence, the further that you get into the case is that people are bullshitting and that people are lying, then you have to start taking heed towards what it is that you are seeing, man. And folks choose to overlook things that are standing right there in front of their face. You know, folks choose purposely to overlook those things. There we go. I apologize to everybody who's getting cut off. Yo, what's going on, Larry?
What's going on with it? What up?
Nothing much. Hey, how long have you been in the live, Larry?
Been in the live for about an hour and a half.
Okay.
I've been here a while.
Okay. All right. Have I said anything that has been factually in error
No.
There you go.
No, you haven't. People are entitled to their opinion. I had to learn that. That's one of the things I had to learn over the past 3 years. My suggestion is just to read the paperwork. I haven't paid any of these people. I don't know any of these people. I don't know R. Kelly. I wasn't there. I just read the paperwork and did my own research. While I do, and I have talked to some of the parents and some of the victims, I did my own research. I did not depend on my views. Is not based upon what somebody told me, you know, and he still got to have his day in court.
Correct.
Like this case has nothing to do with my commentary.
Correct.
The Fed case have nothing to do with my commentary.
Correct.
I didn't ever say that he slept with Aaliyah. His lawyer said he slept with Aaliyah. So I had every right to say, if his lawyer said that he slept with Aaliyah, then I have every right to say he slept with Aaliyah. That's his lawyer.
Right.
You know, these people caught up in taking sides and the gang and the ops, this and that. It's gotten to the point now where it's overwhelming. It's like, this is my opinion. This is my stance. This is why, you know, this is just what I believe. For me, reading the outlines, reading the indictments, reading the motions, reading the books, past books, looking at the fact that there's no Giglio Brady exculpatory evidence, seeing how the lawyers don't know the victims, they begging for 3,500 material. This is just what I see. And I think that his lawyers are fighting with him right now, because they are fighting, because they don't want to go to trial. They think that he should take a plea, especially when the prosecutors tell you in front of the judge under oath that we are in possession of an insurmountable amount of child pornography that we seized on January the 9th, and we reviewed 25% of it. And would you please come down here to review it? And I think that the line with his supporters is, your love for him, I get it. I love this music too. I just know how to separate the music from the man.
Right.
Now you got 30 years of accusations.
Yeah.
Azriel don't know Dre. A lot of these girls don't know each other. A lot of these girls hate each other because of his system, the 1 through 10. They're not friends. None of these people sit on the phone and talk to each other all day.
Right.
You know, they wasn't in a situation where all of them was sitting at the table eating dinner. Like if you really go through this shit and you read this shit, like, he was very discreet and he was very, you know what I mean? From what I can see, from what I've read, he was very discreet and from what he told, because he had to do certain things to keep his situation the way he had to keep it. Was I there? No. This is just what I think. And people like to take what people see on YouTube that's in opposition to them and be like, oh, he said this and this and that. No, I'm looking at the way that the government is moving. They're not dropping any of his charges. They're not giving him a bail. I don't think he's getting ready to go to court. I think it will all be superseded. You know, man, bro.
Well, I mean, let me jump in right there and say that when folks are asking for the proof is right in front of you, and you don't want to look at it or whatever. I mean, people keep saying that you dyslexic. Nowhere none of his lawyers have made the argument of dyslexia, which is a medical diagnosis, and you have to have it would at least be a discovery exhibit, even though it's HIPAA. It would be a discovery exhibit to say that this person is dyslexic, or it would speak towards that in a response from his lawyers to the judge, but nothing says any of that. Likewise, with Azriel and Dre, I don't believe that they ever met each other. But a lot of what they say, it sounds eerily similar when you step back and you look at it within the context of what's being said.
Let me give you one, though.
Uh-huh.
Let me give you one.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you go and you Google R. Kelly and you go to Wikipedia and you go to number 13 on Wikipedia where it say pornography charges,
Mm-hmm.
if you read that, it'll tell you that the dancers back then and Drea parents, they was also doing well-being checks. This was before Azriel was born, or she had to be 3 or 4, bro.
Mm-hmm.
They was doing wellness checks because the family said she had a new baby boy and it was 18 months and they hadn't seen the baby. And they was real scared for her daughter. They couldn't get her on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And this is at the same time that them twins was going out there cooking food, kicking it down the hallway. If you really go and look at this stuff and you read and you go back and read them past articles, a lot of this shit you can figure it out for yourself.
And it follows the first element of a crime, which is a modus operandi. This is a pattern of behavior that we see that cannot be explained and is abnormal. And what I feel like with the pro R. Kelly side of this movement, what you have seen is you see people take a strong opinion one way or the other on a side or what have you, and they unwavering on an opinion. But then you have not only one argument, but there are 5 to 6 different counter arguments per charge in the indictment, and no one chooses to look at any of these arguments that the government is raising, and the fact that none of these 29 counts have been dropped in any of these jurisdictions. Nothing has been struck.
Well, in the defense of you, that costs $1,500. That's why I always thought you should have been compensated for your work. See, I have PACER, and when you pulling them documents and you going back in there pulling other documents to find information, the shit can get expensive. Right. But all of these people with so much shit to say, they don't have a PACER. Mm-hmm. And they haven't paid the $1,500. Mm-hmm. So their commentary or their opinion is based on bloggers, and those bloggers don't have PACER either.
Right.
So all of these indictments that you're talking about and outlines, 90% of these people, first of all, they hadn't read this shit, and another thing, if they did have it, they wouldn't understand it.
Right. And that's the simplest part of it. I had to get out of my own way, and I just had to look at the facts or whatever. And I was saying, well, all right, people saying Larry this, people saying Larry that. Outside of myself, I find you to be the most factual person in this area of YouTube as it pertains to this case. We could feel 2 different ways about it, but I find a lot of things that you say to be deeply rooted in factual information and in truth.
While I appreciate that, it's not that I'm being factual. It's just that I've spent massive amount of money to pull the damn documents and break them down with my team. Like, we go through every line. Do you know how many times we read one indictment? We might read this shit 20 times because we always find something different when we go back and read it. That's what made us so tight, because we always stuck to the indictments. It doesn't matter what somebody said. Or I found some of the victims that was on Surviving R. Kelly. I'm the first person that came out and was like, look, that motherfucker lying.
Right.
She's lying. You know what I mean?
Right.
She's lying, or this person is not telling the truth, or this parent is not telling the truth. But the first thing that you identify, let's say we watching First 48. They got First 48 in St. Louis. Mm-hmm. The first thing you do in a crime on the First 48, what they do is they have to place the victim at the scene of the crime.
Correct.
Every single person in this indictment, they have placed them at the scene of the crime. Do you know how easy it is to get an indictment on somebody or have them in court charged with some shit if they can place them at the scene of the crime?
Right.
So the girls that they're saying that's underage that he dealt with, the first thing you got to think about is, can I place this person with R. Kelly while they're underage?
Mm-hmm.
And if you can do that, then you can build your case down from there. It doesn't matter what I think or what I say, or if I talk to Angelo, or if I'm on the side of the victims. What matters is if can I place all of these girls with R. Kelly? And once I can place them with R. Kelly, then I can do a build out of, okay, where was the parents? You know, like they love to say, where was the parents? Did this parent have a job? Did they receive some money? Will they fight with their child? Did they make the local police fucking reports? You see what I'm saying? And then I move on and I say, well, is it DNA? Was it hotel cameras? Then you reference that back to the outline and you read the motions that came after that. And then you go and look at the Brady and Giglio and exculpatory material. For the people in the audience that don't know what that means that's saying that everybody that the feds came in contact with, they all fucking cooperated. Because if they didn't cooperate, the government was obligated to give that information to the lawyers. Does that make sense? So that means that all his friends that been on your show, not your show, but all his friends that been around social media, all his friends that been on the show and doing all of these motherfucking tours, when it came down to crunch time and they was under oath, and when I mean under oath, talking to a federal prosecutor or talking to a federal agent is under oath. If you talk to them and lie, it doesn't matter if you in court or at your house. If you lie, you're subject to perjury.
Right.
Right. So when you got all these victims and shit, and you see them in these cases and you see them coming out in these indictments, you don't have to worry about bashing them. Because if they went down there and they lied to these federal prosecutors and they lied to these agents, they're going to get punished anyway, right?
Exactly.
The only person that had been under oath that we know of is R. Kelly. And that day is going to come. So it don't matter these people like, oh, Larry did this and he did that. What I believe is what I believe. Do I have to hate people to believe that? Do I have to try to swindle people to believe that? Everything you see come out my mouth and come on my channel came off either a publication or it came out of pace off the paperwork.
Well, and two, when you kind of mentioned all of the friends going around from platform to platform to platform, I mean, you're somebody who, you know some of the behind the scenes information, some of the behind the scenes stuff. With everybody in his inner circle, they all fucked him up. That's my opinion from what I know, and it don't matter who you want to say it is. Everybody who everybody knows has fucked him up. All of these names and stuff like that people mention, they all screwed him. And what happens is folks keep on saying the proof. How many damn federal indictments and shit do you have to look at to say that this is true? I mean, you have to. You can't just go and just pull something out your ass and have it stick, especially after you have gone through an appellate process with it, and you have had like 5 to 7 different bond arguments against the same set of facts. How much do you have to see before you are willing to accept? Like, yo, this has to have something to substantiate this. This is why it's here.
Well, let me explain to you how this worked. Because it was a young lady saying something that was a caller before me, and she was like, well, Larry's already said he got people to go down there and lie. Let me validate that. When I had my Instagram channels, any information that I found on them online, Lipstick Alley, different things, I posted it, whether it was right or wrong. Mm-hmm. And that led them to go down there because motherfuckers was getting their houses dropped by. Motherfuckers was getting their visits, however they do it. People tend, when they go talk to the police, to get one-sided stories. So do you think that anybody that was around R. Kelly went down there and told what they did. No, they went down there and told what R. Kelly did. You know what your exposure is, right?
Yep.
So you go down there and get in front of the police. You're not going down there and say, yeah, I slept with this girl, this girl, this girl. I was there. I was with him when we did this. I was with him when we did that. No. They're showing up down there, and this is what I'm thinking, because this is not in the paperwork. They showing up down there saying that R. Kelly did this. I see them do this. I see them do that. I see them do this. So when you hear about these people getting picked up, having to go back again, they're coming back telling them, they're saying, hey, the information that you gave us checked out, but you didn't tell us this, you didn't tell us this, and you didn't tell us this, and we told you. So now we're going to charge you with perjury unless you tell us everything.
Yep.
And that's why you're starting to, that's why you hear about fighting within the camp, his people that was there. Nobody wants to go to fucking jail, man. This shit was, nobody wants to go to jail for this shit, and it ain't about no fucking money. Extras, and you know, like you said, like if you watch BBC and you see the white engineer saying that it was a long line of dudes waiting in line with they dick out to run a train and shit like that, none of them people want to come back in their new life. They probably married, they probably got jobs and responsibility. None of them people want to go to jail.
Yeah.
You know, but it's not gonna be, when he go to court, you won't see Larry. When he go to court, you won't see Angelo. You won't see Tim, his daughter, not in the case. You're gonna see the victims, the security guards, the bodyguards, his entourage. You're gonna see all of those people that's named in the indictment. You're not gonna see me. I don't know this nigga. All I'm doing is reading the paperwork and pulling up articles.
Yep.
You know what I mean? None of us was there. None of us. None of the parents was there. None of those people was there. All you're going to see is R. Kelly friends and people that he hired and people that you've been seeing on these YouTube channels like them fucking twins. They going to testify against that nigga again. You're going to see his managers. You're going to see his personal assistants. You're going to see promoters, his engineers. You're going to see family that dealt with that nigga, that worked there. You're going to see all that kind of shit. Yep. You're not going to see all these YouTube bloggers. They think it's going to be like when Dana go to court the other day, that they going to have all the YouTube bloggers in court about what you think. That's not how this is going to go.
Right.
And all of it's in the paperwork. Just read the paperwork.
And you know, they say that the pen is mightier than a sword, and if you want to hide something from a nigga, put it in a book. And this whole case is right here in a book or what have you. And so when folks ask, what's the proof? And you tell them what's the proof, people don't want to believe you or what have you. But all that I'm armed with a 12th grade public school education, and I can read on a postgraduate level. Okay.
So let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Even in the paperwork, it doesn't mean that he's guilty, because he's facing a different case than what his fans know about and willing to discuss. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Like R. Kelly is in jail and facing a different case than what the YouTube and all of his other fans are defending him for.
Right.
That's what we're saying. I'm not saying
right.
R. Kelly is going to be convicted of all this different shit. He still has to go to court. It still has to play out.
And one of the things I heard you say early on is that this case ain't about them girls. Don Russell himself told you this case ain't about them girls. Period. Those girls, some of them girls is lying, some of them not. Some of them can be struck. The problem that they gonna run into is the financial pieces, and where women paid to go different places, where they picked up in one state and flew to another state with the intentions to fuck.
Right. Hold on. Who got them there? Who paid for the ticket? What debit card was used? What stayed at the hotel? What was the behind the scenes relationship with this girl? Because he got personal assistants. So when you get into these girls' business and you get into who was dealing with these girls at the time, how it started and how it ended, it's somebody from his camp to tell each and every last one of them stories backed up by financials.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what the fuck I think. I wouldn't have managed it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, oh, they girls, they wanted to be there, this and that, yada. That still has to be facilitated. And you gotta understand, this case is about sexual crimes. It ain't about his money. It ain't about Sony. It ain't about what YouTube bloggers think. It's about, can I place this girl at the scene of the crime?
Yep.
Can I place this girl get moved by state lines? Was her parents trying to get in touch with her at the time?
Yep.
Is it text message? Is it pictures? Is it video of him having sex with them? Is it DNA? You know what I mean? Is it DNA? Is it lie detector test? Then you start to look at the payoffs. You know what I mean? Was it payoffs to this girl and this shit happened? This shit happened. Man, if you really go and you pull them indictments and you go through the motions and then you go and look at Greenberg responses to this shit.
Yep.
You'll be able to judge for yourself. You know what I mean? You ain't got to take my word for it. Go pull the paperwork.
Well, and Larry, and the bigger thing that I think ain't really being said is that even in the midst of all of his guilt, or in the midst of what appears to be guilt, let me change it and say it like that.
Right, you have to say that.
He still did not go to court with an attorney that will be an equalizer that could bypass a lot of the bullshit and overcharge him, because at his very central element, he's charged with the exact same crime Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's girlfriend, is charged with. Her charges are 3 counts. He is a third. He is his third.
So let me explain to you the first step that the lawyers made wrong. When them lawyers went out and called these girls disgruntled groupies and attacked them, he wasn't getting a bond after that day. Because I'm telling you, the court is like, okay, we're going to have to protect these girls. The lawyers is already coming out attacking them. What he should have said was no comment. And what he should have said was to wait till everything that they charged and waited till the discovery came out and then start asking for a bond. That's like 101.
Right. Basic shit.
Basic shit. But he jumped on TV. First thing he did is said that the girl is disgruntled groupies. Then he came out and said he slept with Aaliyah. It's just, I don't know. Like, before he had a fighting chance at ever getting a bond, his lawyer ruined that for him. You can't come out and attack. Because we don't know what the government got. You're coming out saying that all the girls is lying. And he's telling the truth. No matter what girl it is, this and that, yada, yada, yada. You can't do that. They're not going to put him back on the street. He already attacking girls. He don't even know what fucking charges he got.
Well, and Chicago is the most politically corrupt major city in the United States, period. And I'm just gonna say it's the most corrupt city in the United States, period. And so, to have a Chicago lead attorney, it really don't say much, because they so fucking corrupt that you can do a payoff, you can owe a motherfucker a favor, and that could be what gets you off more so than your lawyer, your legal astuteness, if you will. So he was supposed to go and get a New York attorney, never got an adequate New York attorney. He should have got the RICO. He should have consolidated all of these cases into the RICO and fought one case and got as many charges dropped as possible, and then try to figure out how to weave out of maybe 4 to 5 different charges. It's gonna be damn near impossible, man, to beat 29 counts.
Well, let me say this. I think, and this is alleged. This is right here is alleged. This is one of them times why I say something that's alleged. I think that all of the lawyers is working pro bono except Greenberg. I don't think that they care. I don't think that they have put forth out of their personal pockets to go out
Right.
I don't bring it up because I don't be wanting them to attack more people than they already fucking attacking. You know, right. But like I said, everybody's entitled to their opinion.
And I agree with you, man. And like I say, you know, I'm being viewed like you know, like, okay, I'm flipping over here with y'all, man. Will you please tell these people on the record that y'all called me, man? Y'all called me come over there with y'all, and I didn't do it.
I did.
Yeah.
I was gonna have to fight like hell with my people because of your stance on hoes and bitches and $40 hoes. My women, they wasn't gonna go for that. But I do think that in the argument of the information of fucking having a clear mind and looking at the information, do you realize when R. Kelly went down there to his lawyers that he was supposed to tell his lawyers everything? That's the first thing your lawyer do.
Exactly.
Your lawyer gonna tell you, your lawyer gonna say, I'm supposed to lie to you. I don't need you to lie. Tell me everything. And if I find out you lied to me about one thing, I'll drop your ass. What lawyer in America don't tell their client that the first day? So if you roll up in the lawyer's office, the first thing you're gonna tell the lawyer gonna say, did you kill that motherfucker? He's gonna say, yes. Well, tell me how you did it. I walked up to him, I went around the corner, nobody was out there, and I blew his brains out. Well, what did you do with the murder weapon? Do you still got it? Bring it to me. Did you get any money? Do you think it was any cameras? Who all was you with? Where they at now? You think that man told him? You think that man went down there and told Greenberg about that goddamn storage? You think he told him about all the shit that he done? He telling that man ain't do nothing. You know how many times a lot of men, a new indictment that came out? Do you think Greenberg knew that this man was getting $200,000 and the money was going to his friend when he got 7 lawyers over there working for free?
No,
Don't you see how that could put his case in jeopardy just off that lie alone? Who's gonna want to fucking work for him?
Well, Larry, you know that I know that those things were going on, and that's what basically shortens the gap between you and I on saying that, well, if he's sneaky enough to put this money in and your lawyer's not being paid and you playing broke, then is it safe to say that a guy that's capable of doing that is capable of lying to the hoes and mistreating them? Yeah. You know?
Bro, look at it like this. Nobody expected the federal government to get involved.
Yeah.
They thought it was a state case. And I think Don made those moves that he was making. He was making those moves based upon it was a state case because Chicago is a joke. Chicago, Cook County is a joke.
Right.
That right there, doing that shit out of Chicago is so fucking petty. It's petty. Like, niggas lose their life, they die, drugs, guns, all that shit.
Right.
So making some phone calls and making some phone calls and faxing some shit, you would have never thought that it would end up to the position that it's in right now. Because when all of these things that he allegedly done, he did this shit before the feds came.
Well, and you know, I put together a 2-hour piece pretty much explaining that shit about, you know, when you get Avenatti rolling in. Avenatti's a high-ranking Democrat. This shit go all the way up the chain to the White House and has done so since the 1950s, since 1955 to present day. The seats the Attorney General seat of Chicago links directly to the United States Senate. You know, I mean, come on, man. And so I'm sorry, to the White House. And there has been a direct pipeline that has been in place for basically 70 years, from Richard Daley till present day with Lori Lightfoot. You know what I mean? And so it's very easy to see how things can get pushed into a federal arena, but is the point of when you're on YouTube, people want to believe that they are making a difference, but you're not, because the only way that you can make a difference is if you have enough people who are collectively unified towards a common goal or purpose. And with y'all on y'all side, with you and Levi and all of y'all guys, one thing that y'all have always had is organization. But
well, the people over here from day one, we decided a long time ago that we're gonna get behind the paperwork. That keeps out a lot of confusion. Mm-hmm. When you get behind the paperwork and you talk about nothing but the actual paperwork, when you talk about nothing but actual articles, it don't leave a lot of room for bullshit.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because it's not a matter of, right now, it's not a matter of whether R. Kelly is guilty or not. It's a matter of how if it's a matter of defending him in his cases. Mm-hmm. And since the people that support him or claim to support him don't want to take a strong look at his cases and what he's charged with and the evidence he's facing, that makes him vulnerable. Mm-hmm. So fucking vulnerable. Mm-hmm. All of the decisions that have been made towards him, his defense funds, the marches, all of that shit, all of it has been a mistake because it was not based upon the paperwork. It was based upon what people seen on TV, watching people's social media, people YouTube channels, even dissected my channels and was like, well, he couldn't have possibly did this because Larry said this. Motherfucker, I don't know if I'm right. I'm just doing a YouTube channel. How is what I said on the YouTube channel supposed to get R. Kelly out of fucking jail? And I don't know this nigga. You know what I mean? How?
And you're not a practitioner of the law.
Oh my God.
You know?
No.
And I mean, you know, and that's the biggest thing is you're not a practitioner of the law. And like I say, man, the more paperwork that comes out, the worse and worse that it looks. And so the best deal was to take the best deal for him. And at this point, I don't even know if it's possible. He should have just took 5 years and pleaded out.
Man,
and got out on
first came out. When the New York indictment came out and the outline came out, I came out and said he should take a plea right now. He should get a lawyer to go around and negotiate a plea with all 3 different districts and take a plea right now. They bashed me for 3 weeks for that. Then his indictment got superseded 3 times in New York, 2 times in Chicago, and nobody paid for PACER except for you. Nobody paid for PACER.
Right.
You're the only person that had PACER.
Right.
You're the only channel that I used to watch. I'm like, well, I gotta watch him because he got the paperwork. If you didn't have the paperwork I didn't watch you unless you was slandering and talking about my kids and different shit like that. I ain't had no choice. But it got to the point where look, it's 1,000 of us over here. Some people take breaks for months. Some people tune in when we doing live, this and that. But one thing I can tell you about everybody that's over here, they know about that fucking paperwork, and a lot of them got PACER. They got the paperwork in their possession. You know, it's study groups over here that study the paperwork. You know what I mean? Like they'll be talking about what she said and what he said. No, they're in there like, go to fucking number 19. Did you see that? Did you read that? You know what I mean? And those are the phone calls I be getting at 3 o'clock in the morning. Like, we was just going over this. Did you fucking see that? And I'm like, damn. That's when you'll see me go on my live and be like, hey, you know.
Yeah. But that's it. And like I say, folks are caught up in the midst of R. Kelly, man. And like I said, man, for me, I personally don't really need to see no more proof beyond what I've seen. When I look at the way that the inner circle is, the way that they move, and how difficult it is with them to get straight, clear answers out of simple things, and how they are very defensive, then that tells me all that I need to know.
Well, this is what happens. The fans pick you up, and you go down here and you tell a story, right? And then they go out and they corroborate everything that you said. But when you put a fucking storage with 150 devices on there, when they go through that storage and then R. Kelly then recorded you in action with 3 girls in the fucking bed, your whole story go out of the window, right?
Right.
Because I'm pretty sure everybody went down there and said that, hey, I never seen him with underage girls. I never slept with any underage girls. It's just this whole case is fucked up because they have look, bro, they got audio, they got video, they got DNA, they got herpes Walgreens records, they have lie detector tests, they have financial records of check payments, they have corporations paid out. They have everybody in his crew apparently telling on him because there's no Giglio and Brady material. Like, why would I go and get on my live and continue to do lives about R. Kelly? Like, I really don't, unless there's something new come out.
Yeah.
They don't really got to worry about me going live talking about him because it's like beating a dead horse.
Well, and that's why I haven't really talked about him over the last 4 months, because, you know, once I kind of reached my point to where I said, you know, my bet's on he's guilty, I just left the shit alone. I didn't care about it or what have you. If I do a live stream, it's 3 motherfuckers in there. I didn't care because it's you have the different presidents. And you have the different standards of law or the different burdens of proof. And I'm gonna say this, and you know, to kind of round this off. If we want to argue beyond a reasonable doubt, all right, cool. But one thing that the judge said in one of her rulings is the preponderance of evidence. The preponderance of evidence is at this point, or the last time that I checked, it was 134 exhibits and it's still growing.
Yeah, that's not good.
And I mean, and so again,
there's 65 witnesses in each fucking case that's not us. So who do you think the 65 witnesses is? Because you already got the victims, you know they're gonna be there. Who are these 65 people?
Exactly.
Imagine, who are these mystical 65 people?
Exactly.
That's gonna show up.
Exactly. Who are these
people
folks?
that was there, not YouTube people.
Actually,
people that was physically there.
Exactly. You know, but Larry, man, we could talk about this till we blue in the face.
Right.
You know, I appreciate you coming onto the platform, man. If you got anything you want to plug and promote, go ahead and drop it on. You know, you can go ahead and plug and promote whatever you're doing.
One color, one voice. You can check out my website. It's not a lot of R. Kelly stuff on there. It's gonna be about what's going on in the presidential election, what's going on with Biden's plan for Black America. It's music, it's podcasts, it's forums, it's a lot of different things on there. I'm not talking about this shit 24 hours a day on there. It's about what's really going on in our community and what a great thing that this president, you know, allegedly has for us. And I have a new platform, bro, called the Voting Channel, the Vote Machine.
Mm-hmm.
So the Vote Machine is, I'm gonna try and attempt to corral our vote from everybody. I'm building it. It's a website, and I'm gonna have my own Instagram. It's gonna be based upon what your voting preference is. So we can try to identify how many votes we got in certain areas so we can get some of these senators and House of Representatives out of here, because these motherfuckers crazy, and before long they gonna kill our ass.
Right.
We don't got no guns. We don't got the right to carry. They putting these felonies on us. Shit get fucked up out here. It's getting real.
Yeah, man. Well, I definitely, man, appreciate you coming on, man. If you ever need me to come onto your platform, man, just reach out, just throw a line.
I wouldn't mind breaking down an indictment with you or a motion. We pick one and go through it line by line.
I mean, whatever day kind of work for you and stuff. Just kind of let me know kind of ahead of time, and I can, if you shoot me whichever one it is, I'll give me a highlight out. I'll go through it and see if I can come up with the same points that you come up with in the indictment.
Right. All right, bro. Hey, chat. I appreciate y'all for having me. I'm out. Appreciate it, bro.
All right. Yep, for sure. Peace. All right, y'all. Well, we got 150 people who are up in here. Man, I want to thank everybody for coming into the chat. Let me see if I could get a couple of these questions. The feds asked for speed travel. The lawyers talking about known to the holidays. I mean, I agree. Yeah, even if he's guilty, he does deserve his R. Kelly gonna get out. He deserves his due process, but he gonna get out. What have you? R. Kelly gonna get out. Let's see. Let me see here. Okay. So, all right, man. With no further ado, I want to just thank everybody for tuning in. I'm about to go ahead and sign out. Donate to the channel. Hit that motherfucking lifetime check out. Peace.
Yeah, half mutant, half amazing. She gon' let me long till she ain't Asian. She ain't coming through the cuddle. I'ma make her come and get a payment. Gas the only baggage that I'm taking. She ain't got the credit, then she basic. Come and put your name on this Tesla. Still on parole, I got illegal weapons. We gon' take a trip, I took a balance. Riverside, I'ma shoot finesse. Big and yard, got a coochie sweater. Coolin' kid is shooting any weather. Smoking nigga, now I'm feeling better. Got a couple bitches, now they models. I ain't think that was nothing special. You just trapping small time, nigga. Flexing for some online niggas. We just getting boxes full of pints. Ride around serving all night. Roller stop and slip cause he took flight. Biden got extensions, this my life. Sliming niggas, I don't pay the price. You ain't really ever used to mask. You ain't really known for getting cash. We hop out and get on a nigga ass. Become a fallen soldier really fast. Cause any war with me, it never lasts. Niggas say they beat me, it's a myth. I never fought, they say I got a gift. One cottage 30 winning shit from 0 to 60, make the spoiler lip. Steady taking trips to different banks. Always got a will, be like Plank. Always doing what you niggas can't. Had a plug in London on the purchase. When they hit the address, they alert me. Was jammed up with some Memphis doing burpees. I was nice and could've had a jersey for offer that they hit me with was 30. People gave up on me and it hurt me. Fuck it, I'm a gangster, I ain't folded. Mafioso treat me like a party. Ain't no good fellas in my story. We was never in the house like Curry at 7. I was serving niggas 40.
This real shit, nigga, not make believe our clouds.
We still get shipments in. When it came out the house with some Benjamins. I got the scripts again. This is my phone you tryna spend. I make deals, nigga. Come with that bread, I don't do fronts. All the prices low. I feel like the plug gave me coupons. Yeah.